Morning, everyone. I was doing a little bit of George B. Brigman practice last night in one of my sketchbooks for a couple hours. I really need to hit up my anatomy harder. I think I'm lacking. I've been lacking. I haven't been practicing. I need to hit up my. It's still hot in the house. It's like 60. It's like 66. Let me go turn down my house. My house is still a little too. Give me 1 second. Your boy's gonna be right back. It's still hot in the house for some reason. It's like 66 and I'm burning up. Okay. This is not Ages of Empire music, but it sure sounds like it. 1 second, let me move that over here. I think my fat hat is getting in the way of the my hair showing up. Anyone else thinking about picking up the Diablo 4 expansion? Kind of thinking about jumping into that for a little bit. I don't know. Kind of tempted. Kind of tempted to jump in on that. Rini Ren, I art harder made me laugh. Diablo 4 got kind of monotonous for me. You play Rini Ren. You play what? You know what's weird? The comments just came in like it's almost like I didn't see the comments. Like they all loaded in at the same time. That was weird. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Diablo did kind of get monotonous. But I might jump in on the DLC. We'll see. This is a good title, though. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to revisit Diablo 4. It's very like accessible. You know what I mean? It's very like it's like the RPG for like the I don't have time kind of person. You know what I mean? Like. It had its moments for sure. I've been playing Borderlands 4. Nice. On PC or console? Because I heard that game was like running kind of rough on PC. AGS, yo, my man. I art the hardest. Nice. PC, nice. Is it running okay for you? Because I heard like people were having a lot of issues with like the, I guess just the way the engine works. It was like, it wasn't really like super optimized for a lot of people. But I'm wondering if that was just like people just being people, or if that was true. It was kind of rough at launch, but it seems a lot more stable now. Yeah. How's America? We're doing alright. A little foggy in America today. By the way, this music is from Serious Sam Second Encounter. I'm kind of enjoying it. It sounds like Ages of Empires music, but like 30% harder. I've been pathing sucked. The pathing sucked and it crashed a lot. It's much improved now. Rini Ren, you're like a real gamer. I'm so surprised like when I find out these things, because like you know how you get like an idea about a person from chat and then you're like, because like when you know what I mean, like the airplanes and stuff, and like your art. I'm like, I just didn't think you like gamed for real. This music rules. Yeah, I do like it. Tomorrow's title: Art Hard for Humans, so they can watch. I'm just titling the stream titles anything to get clicks. I'm just like, I don't even care. I'm just like, whatever. I will wreck me some Ages of Empires. Yeah, that was a really good game. I'm glad they kept it alive with they kind of really kept it alive with the second one. They keep working on it. They keep adding factions and stuff. It's just yeah. I'm really happy that Ages of Empires like found, you know, like it keeps on living, you know, with like the revamp and stuff like that. Like it's genuinely like alive and people like legit play it. I'm just happy to see that for them. I still play Ages of Empires 2. Do you really? What I art a lot with headphones. True, yeah. But the only reason I started using headphones is because like this microphone picks up so much noise from around the room. If I played the music over the speakers, I think it's gonna come through to the mic, and I don't want that double kind of chatter going on. Like I played it yesterday. Did you really? What's your faction? Don't tell me you play as the British. Don't tell me you play as the British. The Longbowmen. If I want to cheese my friends and just like whoop their ass, I pick the Longbowmen and I pick them off. You know what I mean? Like once you let me slide into that castle age, it's over. I'm just gonna sit back and like artillery you with the archers all day. I just want to know what faction you are, so I can gauge what kind of a human being you are. Slipknot fan, sup, AGS. I put it on random. It's different every. Oh, okay. So you're like a true player. Yeah. See, if I'm not in the mood to lose to my friends, I picked British Longbowmen. Anyone heard of a band called Ginger? No, I have not. The singer is quite hot. Oh yeah, what's it? Never mind. Is it a metal group? Hey Slippy, how are you? Yes. I think my concrete set correctly. I went out there and checked it this morning and it's like hard now. It did get a little windy last night. I was worried about that. I've only heard a few songs, but they're pretty good. Metal? Okay. I feel like I might know what you're talking about because some friend showed me something with like a female vocalist and she was like known for being able to. Have you heard of the song Sweet Dreams? Like Sweet Dreams or something? Like that song? How do you render metal and then go ahead to render skin, then concrete? Just years of practice. You like learn a trick and here and there. You know what I mean? I think that just the rendering just takes time and you have to like look at stuff. But metal mostly like the trick there is like if you look at things that are like hyper reflective, they have like a very saturated like lines of light, like the way it comes together. If you look at like a metal tea kettle, like the way the light is, you see like every reflection is like super sharp, and like the more matte it looks, the more diffused the light is, if that makes sense. And so keep that in mind. That's like 90% of it is like look at like Knight's armor and the way it hits it, like it's things that become more matte are just more diffused, you know what I mean? And the more like metal you want it to look, the more like again, Blender is a great tool for that. The female, okay, I think I may have heard of what you're talking about, Ginger. Like I feel like I've heard of that. It goes like sweet dreams are made of the yeah. Okay, I do know what you're talking about, AGS. It's probably the one you saw. Yeah. That video has 96 million views. What the? That's the kind of viewership I need. You know? That's what I'm looking for. 96 million? What the? Can I also use normal wooden pencils for these effects? Also, what tool do you use? Yeah, pencils, pencils is totally fine. Yeah. It's just that rendering with pencils, like if you're using something along the lines of this this B8, let's say Faber-Castell, like you gotta keep it sharp and stuff like that, but you don't have to either, kind of thing, you know. You don't have to keep it. Well, it just depends on. Yeah, but basically the answer is yes. But it caveats, like it depends on what you're trying to achieve too. Marilyn Manson did a Sweet Dreams cover. You know, Marilyn Manson's music. I like his the stuff he did for Resident Evil, Seizure to Power or Seizure of Power. That one's really good. And then he did another Resident Evil song for like the movies. And sometimes I'll just listen to him when I'm drawing. I wish I could play him here. It's just I'll immediately get yeeted off YouTube, I think, because it's not a video game music. Hi everyone, how are you doing? Thank you, Carolina. We're doing great. Great, thank you, thank you. I like it when it was used for a Quicksilver scene in one of the X-Men movie. I'm drawing nonsense. That's always fun. Hey, AGS, says Carolina. Hey, Caro. Just had a quick listen. Seizure of Power, never knew. Dude, it's good, isn't it? Seizure of Power. It's a good song. I like it. There's another one, I forget what its name is, but it's like related to that same movie. And it has like very good, like, how are your new Senilier pens? I thought that was just made for the film by a random composer. No, yeah, Marilyn Manson did that, and it's like I don't even like know of his music. Like I've never like really listened to his music or whatever. But like those two songs I really like. I mean, they're not songs; they're like it's just music. But Dooney, hello, welcome. Tomorrow's title: Why am I arting? No, I'm never in question of why I'm arting. It's just how hard. Yuri really like that song. Yeah, Yuri. Yeah. I'm having lunch. It's 4 p.m. in Portugal. Nice. How's Portugal doing? Or instruments since there's no lyrics. Yeah. It definitely makes you want to clear corridors of zombies. Hedge Hurmardu says Slipknot fan in Swedish. Nice. Cold. Is it really cold? I'm at, like, for some reason it's like 65 inside my house and I'm like too hot. Like, I keep having to turn the thermostat down. Have you listened to A Man Without Love, which was used in Moon Knight series? No. Oh, 65 is cold? No, I don't know what's wrong with me. Like yesterday, it was like 68 inside of here, and I was like freezing. And like today, I'm like too hot. My body temperature is like my internal core temperature is like all over the place recently. Sorry, I'm off screening again. Four Celsius. We are at 9 Celsius. We are winning. America is winning the Celsius war. I just love the sound of my furnace not working. I'm like, oh, thank God. That gas bill should be pretty light for this time of year. The warmness is inside your head, lol. Jar Mar Bra Hurma Du. Nice. $25 C in Mumbai. Jesus. Is that cold? Is that cold for you guys? Is that kind of cold? Ola Slipknot fan. Nice. How do you say I'm fine to... Says... Slipknot. Nice. Mm, 25C is wonderful. In Portugal it is. Nice, nice. The winter is for us, though. That's winter for us. $40, it is sometime 45. That's pretty warm. That's pretty warm. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Hello, sir. Jean Mark Clarvivery. Hello, sir. Anyone so happy to catch you live? Thank you, Jean. Appreciate that. Mark Clarvivery. Mark Clarvivery. Nice. Hello, Jean. Yeah, welcome. I feel like I go anywhere beneath zero, I would freeze into Ice Cube. It's rough. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not an enjoyer of extreme weather. I asked AI Jarmar Oscasa Bra. I'm fine too. Nice. What is the pen I'm using? Well, this is the Pentel. It's a 0.2 for the finer details. Yeah. It says Rens on it. Pentel PP3002 0.2. I really like this pencil in general for kind of making scenes look larger with detail. I think Swedish seems pretty easy. Says Slipknot. Nice. Thank you. The weather is amazing. What's the story with the creature? Is it going to steal something? No, this is I was drawing like basically it's people in the post-apocalypse that were 3D printed. And now they're surviving the post-apocalypse, but they're not real people. They're like synthetics. And so after the catastrophe happened, they they're the only ones alive, and just kind of surviving. So that was the whole premise of that, basically. It's synthetic people living in squalor of the old world. Music isn't really hitting hard right now. Skip over to another song. Foxman1 says, Hola muchacho. Hey man, how's it going? I thought an alien invaded their planet and now the native creatures are fighting back or something like that. No, they're just living in dystopian future that's been destroyed. Beautiful -17C here in Morin Heights, Quebec, Canada. Already 80 centimeters of snow on the ground. Wow. -16, that's a lot. That's a lot of negative. Yeah, 80 centimeters of snow. Yeah, I do not envy that. We had that kind of in the beginning. The winter opened up strong, and then ever since then it's been just kind of like warm and wet, which I'll take over ice and super cold. I wish I could see that kind of snow, says AGS. Yeah, you think that until it sounds cool until it happens, and then it just keeps being like that forever, and you want to do anything except be there. It's almost like you're living in space because you have to be indoors all the time. It's not as fun as it sounds. Kolaski. What is the temperature at which penguins live? I'm not sure, bro. I'm sure it's like because it's up there in the north, so it's got to be cold as heck over there. Are there penguins in your backyard if it's that cold? I don't know. Is there penguins in Canada? I feel like they're like further up with Santa Claus, right? my body on its own would walk towards the sun. I would be too frozen to even think 25 is winter for me. Oh wait, I got a comment. Coffee Cubes. Hello, hope everyone is having a good holiday season. Coffee Cubes, thank you so much for the comment. Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm having a good time. Do you think it's better to pump out a lot of drawings or try to put a lot of time in fewer drawings when you are beginning to draw? I have that dilemma because I keep erasing and redoing things. That's hard to say because it depends on your style and like what you're trying to achieve, but I would say the deeper you are in the struggle, the better. Like, the more you just try, the better things will get. But I don't know. It depends if you're just practicing like anatomy or something, you want to like use repetition for memorization. In that case, I would say you need to just do very quick sketches to like memorize the folds of the muscle and move on, you know. But in a case like if you're just doing a piece, that kind of depends on your rendering style and how much detail you want to shoehorn in there. So I would say that that's kind of up for interpretation kind of a thing. Gonna check if I won the Portuguese lottery. Nice. Hi there, just discovered your page. I like the art, nice perspective, nice theme. It feels like post-humanity future. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. It's basically they're surviving. They were 3D printed synthetic people that survived the apocalypse. And now they're just sort of chilling and trying to figure stuff out. Kind of back to being feral kind of a situation. I'm still working on that house drawing I just completed, the sketch. Do you want to see? Sure. Yeah, drop it in Discord. Nope, still poor. Same. One time at work, when we were having at work, there was like that sort of national lottery thing going on, and I paid into it just in case they win, so I wouldn't be like the only one left there to suffer. So I normally don't play the lottery, but at work I did because I'm like, there's no way I'll forgive myself if I'm the only one left here. I'm like slowly adjusting the contrast on these things because they're supposed to be coming towards us, so I'm trying to add more contrast relative to the background here. And you're the only one who didn't pay, so you still have to work. That would. Can you imagine the horror? Imagine everyone winning. Yeah, I would never forgive myself. I once asked ChatGPT how long it would last. How long it would last if humans were extinct. It said tops a few years. I don't know. I think it'd be more. ChatGPT. I think it depends on like. If humans went extinct, it's just a matter of time before the servers go down, right? Maybe on some level it would be active on some localized, some localized building that has a hydro plant next to it, and it just kind of keeps going for a couple of years. But once the electricity kind of peters out, that's the end of that. ChatGPT is onto something. Well, I mean, if it had access to physical reality, like if it had bots to fix stuff, then it could kind of go on in perpetuity. But right now, I don't think ChatGPT would survive beyond three years max. Guys, let me come right back. But it would still get to the point where it would end. It's say a few decades. Then I introduced robots. It says a few decades. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on like what level, how advanced the robots were, right? But yeah, if you can't meaningfully sustain the electric power, then yeah, that would be the end of it. I don't know if it can lie, but I felt it was like BSing me about its survival rate. Like, you think it's actually not gonna die? Check the whip, man. Whip art. Oh, nice. It's looking really good. Yeah, we got a lot of houses around here that kind of look like that. That kind of Victorian era houses. I like it. Are you going off a photo on this, or are you just like making it up? Just sort of wondering how you're doing that. First I drink the coffee, then I do the stuff. Nice Slipknot fan, thank you. True, same. I kind of first thing I do in the morning is make my coffee before I do anything. So similar concept. Me and chat, I'm drawing nonsense. The nonsense. Yeah, I like the monsters a lot. I'm using reference. Nice. It's always good to copy so you can kind of get a lot, increase your library, like your visual library, kind of a thing. I think you can get a lot like what I do with what I do is like when I want to practice anatomy, I literally just pull out an anatomy book and I copy the same thing over and over again until I can like memorize most of like the main point of what I'm trying to do, and I hope it like gets stuck in there. You know what I mean? So repetition can get you really far in terms of like your visual library. There is a memory aspect to it where it's like it's good to how do I deal with burnout? There's a scene in Prometheus where David, he's watching a movie, and Slipknot fan will remind me of the movie he's watching because I forget. But the guy puts out a match with his hand, and in the movie somebody else goes like, what's the trick? And the guy goes, the trick is not minding that it hurts. So, no, I don't know really, like, you know what I mean? Like, It's my favorite scene because I'm just like, that is kind of like that's kind of the answer. But you have to dig deep, and then like what I would say, find a sustainable strategy. If you're getting burnt out, you need to find a strategy of hours that you can improve, where you're not burning yourself out. Like resort to a sustainable strategy. So if like this many hours you start to get burnt out, scale that down, but don't stop art. Just kind of scale it down to like until like you feel good again, then scale it back up. But there's a little bit of a like push through itness, kind of a little bit. But I get it. Like sometimes when you're burnt out, you like can't conjure up ideas anymore. In which case, I would draw shapes, or just what I mean. Just go to drawing shapes and things of that nature, and until your brain like activates into an interesting idea. The whole seeing thing went above my head, lol. What the? Nice. Flotar, let me do a shout out really quick. How was your guys' stream? How was the stream? Shout out. Flotar. Flotar. 2 R's. Boom. Shout out given. How was the stream? The stream was great. Grooving to old Japanese funk music. Nice, man. Coolio said Froggy Raid. Hey, man. Thank you for the frogs. But yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, no, I don't know. I just kind of push through that if I get that way. But luckily, I haven't experienced like major burnout where like I cannot conjure up ideas anymore. I feel like I've been pretty lucky in that respect with art. Like I do get burnout, but it's not as extreme as what some people are experiencing. It seems like. Seems like I can kind of. Experimented with new pencil and paper, super smooth Bristol paper with an EE grade pencil that was super dark and matte, but a bit splotchy. Nice, man. Yeah, I wish I could have seen what you were working on. Damn, the YouTube live is like delayed 5-10 seconds compared to Twitch. Yeah, there's a significant delay for sure. I have to go. Great work as usual. Thank you, Dooney. Appreciate the stop by. Floater, share with Foros, yeah. If you can. If it's not a huge deal. Unless the file is not ready or whatever, then I get it. Because I don't usually post my work until like it's done, and then I post it. see, sure, hold on. Nice. It's like I've been working on this drawing for 2 weeks, and my motivation to complete it keeps going down, and other drawings I want to do interest me more, but I want to complete this one so badly. I would just complete it, bro. I would just push through. I think you'll be happier in the end. Also, I had a similar thing with miniature model painting, where I just kind of was like, bro, this is taking so long, and it's like, also using my eyes like that. It just like wears out my eyes painting tiny things like that, so it's like I just can't put too many hours into it. I want to finish them, but it just takes so long. It's like 8 hours. It's like I get like kind of almost a guy done. Let me Oh, nice, man. Yeah, the shading looks spectacular, by the way. The shading's looking really tight. Like the eye reflection and the way you did like under the chin stuff, and the harder shadow under the hat. It's looking tight. Looking tight. It's really hard to make detail with a regular pencil like that, so I'm used to mechanical. Yeah, but you know what though? Like I really like the way it turned out. Like I like that it's like a little bit more of like it has like a style to it. It's not super over rendered. I actually kind of like dig the vibe there. It works. Even like I'm blowing it up on a big screen, and it doesn't look under rendered. It looks like very like stylized. I like it a lot. But yeah. See, I just don't know what other answer for people to give, like with the motivation stuff. It's like there's only the only way to move forward is to move forward, kind of a thing. I would just finish it up. The building you're drawing, AGS. I would just push through and finish it up. I think you'll just be. It's also good just to kind of get in the habit of like start, finish, and then next time you have a fun idea, what that fun idea is going to cost you. It's usually more than you think. So, I say that as I don't finish the miniature model painting. Yeah, I've been mostly focused on keeping values under control, like making the jacket and the skin clearly different value ranges and so on. Nice, yeah. It really shows. I really need to make things much lower contrast and flatter than you'd think. Yeah, I have a similar issue. Like I keep wanting to increase the contrast, and then it forces me to go back and recontrast everything else to kind of like maintain that same. So I get that totally. There's always that temptation to just up the contrast constantly. Finishing it would probably take another week, so I guess I'm gonna fight my mind into doing it. Yes. That's the only path. How big is the scale of that building you're drawing? Like, is it a really big one? Because that's kind of like why I like to do 9x12, because sometimes the bigger stuff ends up taking a really long time. Like, I drew a dragon on a piece of paper that was only a little bit bigger than this paper. I'd say like, I don't know, another 3 inches to each side, and it took me like it took me almost like a month to finish somehow. So yeah, I totally get that. Like once you scale up the size of the project, it can like take forever. I feel like 9x12 like works really well for like how fast I want to push out that picture and all that. But yeah, outside of drawing here, I've been hitting up the anatomy, and even though I think George B. Brigman is a too advanced a lot of times. Like, I think a lot of times, like, it's hard to understand, like, what I'm supposed to take away from it. But even this, like, just copying this over and over again and memorizing things, like, especially, like, these blocky pictures that kind of explain the main form. I've been doing a lot of, like, that kind of stuff. And just kind of doing that off hours, just hitting up anatomy again, because I've been... You know, I thought the stream would be enough with, like, how many hours I stream, but, like, it really... I think it just isn't. I'm doing it on A4, but I think the details are making most of the time render than the... Well, I mean, but the thing is, it is looking really good. You know what I mean? It is looking sharp, so... The effort is showing through. I would just push through and finish it. I feel like learning something like drawing is practice multiplied by information study. If either one is 0, you stop learning. Hold on, let me put that math problem together. I feel like learning something like drawing is practice multiplied by information divided by study. I think I get the main gist of what you're saying, but yeah, I think that there's like it's like I've been avoiding kind of pushing myself in terms of like, you know what I mean? Like sitting there and memorizing folds of muscles is like super tedious, and it's like it hurts your brain. Learn equals practice study. Yeah. And it's like it's the thing that's like the least fun, and it's the thing that will improve you the most, I think, is like returning to just like this is practice time. And it is hard because it's like you know, I've gotten good enough to like lean on stuff and make things look decent, but I need to like push myself too. Ducky47 says, found your channel this morning. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Well, you came to the right place. Gee golly. Thank you, Ducky. Appreciate that. My mom really liked to get my drawings framed. I think she's going to fill the house walls with them. Good. See, there is already a purpose for them. It's just about the information intake. Yeah. Honestly, just watching Proko on YouTube gives me great ideas sometimes. Yeah, he's like a real... He's like the Proko guy, despite like... Sometimes I hear negative stuff about him, like his courses are like really expensive, but I think that like he's a real deal, I think. He's like the real deal. That Proko guy. I watched a YouTube video this morning about this dude that like he was like a Polish guy, and he spent his entire I don't know, like 8 hours a day painting numbers on a canvas, like white canvas with white paint for like 8 hours a day, counting to like 5 million, and then he would just fill up a canvas and move on to the next one. And I thought that was kind of trippy. It was like one of those "was this all a waste of time" kind of videos. White canvas with white paint. Yeah, it's very, like, some of it looks like kind of like a grayish canvas, but then like he did like white canvas and you can like barely see the numbers. And I think that the point of the performance was that like that time just kind of moves on or something like that. He just kept going from 1 to like 5 million. Well, that's where he like passed away and stuff. But yeah, you can barely see the numbers, and there was like a point to the whole performance that time just kind of moves on without you type of deal. And I thought it was very. I'm like, wow. I myself would rather draw creatures, but I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. Some sort of anti-productivity thing, I guess. I think you'd have to. I don't think that was the spirit of what he was trying to say. I think he was trying to communicate some deeper message, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he like really found it compelling to do that for some reason. Like he took great joy in it, but I don't think it wasn't like a protest thing. I don't know. It was definitely like a strange thing to do, but I guess his works are famous. They're like in a museum, I think. I'm not sure. It kind of looked like they showed them in the museum. No, I'm gonna try and put like material gunk in there, like it was the material being brought up there to 3D print people, kind of like biomass. Or at least that's the idea. I'm gonna try and put like kind of like globs of goo in there. I wish they made mechanical pencil leads that are matte like charcoal. Yeah, I wonder if the manufacturing. I think that the manufacturing block there would be the softness of the lead at that point. That's what I assume it would make it super expensive and hard to design the machinery around to like push out lead that's so soft. But I know what you mean. That would be awesome. It's just that I think that they probably have like limits on like how difficult it is to manufacture something once it gets so soft. But I don't know. I'm sure somebody's looking into it. I would definitely buy it. But yeah, I know what you mean. That would be awesome. I've been thinking of buying one of those collage pencils. Apparently, you can get matte leads for those. Apparently, it's more brittle, so 0.5 would just crumble. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Jen says, "Good morning, lovely hooks." Hey, Jen, how's it going? Yeah, I know what you mean. I do think that would be awesome. I just think like it's probably more of the cost of manufacturing something like that. It's just like the softer you go, the more of a the more problematic things become. Now that we have more people in here, is anyone else looking at a Diablo 4 expansion pack? Is anyone else jumping on that? I don't know. That looks kind of like a little bit tempting because I do really like Diablo 4, like for casual gaming, but I don't know. I don't know how quickly I'm going to get tired of it for like probably what will be a $40 or $50 DLC, you know? Nope, says Jen Jen. I thought about it. I played the first 6 seasons and burnt out. Yeah, same, yeah. It is too samey. It's very samey after a while. And like I said, I think Diablo 4 also suffers from the... Every creature being at your level kind of creates a... There's no reason to go anywhere kind of a feeling. I might, but I'm not super excited because from streams it looks like the same thing. So yeah, I know. Yeah, I agree. Needs like a whole new content or whole new continent or something. I agree. I think like I said, I think fundamentally the solution they came up with, like having all the creatures be at the level you are, so you have a reason to go back to places, is kind of problematic because there's then no reason to go anywhere because you can be outside the city and get the same thing, or go into some dungeon and it's the like same. You know what I mean? The creatures are always at the same level. Unless you go in the like those gray area zones or whatever that are like infested with demons or whatever, they are harder. So I guess that's like the challenge areas, but I kind of agree that it's after you can only put so many hours into that game before you start to the trick becomes too evident, and it's like there's no point to this kind of thing. Yeah, I just kind of like want to pick up a game that's like super duper like ease. That requires like almost zero processing. I think making it the campaign skippable was a mistake. The campaign was by far the best part. I agree. I only played it once and then I skipped it. I kind of agree. Yeah. I always skipped the campaign after I beat it, and then you're right. It was like the part that kind of. But yeah. Like overall, I love the open world nature of it. I thought that was great. That it's kind of like an MMO. You just go, you can just walk from one side of the earth to the other. But yeah, you're right. I think with this expansion, they need to add like whatever Diablo zone is. They need to add like at least half of that landmass and like make it like new. Also, I feel like Diablo 4 also has like a creature starvation problem. Like there's not enough diversity in creatures. And you're just seeing the same thing over and over again, and your eyes just get tired, and it like, you know, I think they need to add in, like this expansion pack needs to throw in like 25 new creatures. I'm not even kidding, like 25 new creatures need to be around everywhere. Even the jungle DLC they came out with, I just felt like, I'm like, yeah, there's a couple, but like, I'm looking for like I want to be killing a dizzying array of various creatures, not like 3 new units. You know what I mean? I agree. Yeah. Like for a Diablo game, like Diablo is supposed to be like the pillar of the top-down RPG genre. It's the main pillar, and for them to have not had enough creatures. I felt that from the very beginning was a mistake. Thankfully, we have PoE 2, though. After playing PoE 2, I really don't see much reason to play Diablo anymore. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way, but I still kind of like... I highly prefer Diablo's art and mood, though. Yeah, I think, like, they knocked it out of the park. Like, visually, like, I love Diablo's design. Like, the way the demons look, the way the environments look. It's all, like, very compelling. But you're right in that, like, Path of Exile feels like a true Diablo 2 spiritual successor, which is what Diablo 4 should have been. Like, they needed to understand that it needed... Like, Diablo 2 is, like... This is, like, the high... Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is, like, it doesn't get better than this, and they needed to just replicate that feeling into... And I think, like, from the time Diablo 3 came out, it all kind of went off the rails for me a little bit. Not saying it's terrible or anything. It's just that like it wasn't the same juice that Diablo 2 was, and they've never been able to capture that feeling again. I think it feels more like a button masher phone game since they left Diablo 2. Also, I know I'm adding to it. But the music, the score in Diablo 4 should have been like, amazing, and it was serviceable. But I think like if you look back to Diablo 2, the soundtrack was just like stunning, and then like that's another thing that they like you can't get wrong is like the soundtrack for Diablo game has to be just a slam dunk every time. Might be fun to replay the campaign if I replay it. Yeah. Oh, you mean if you pick up the expansion? Yeah, if I pick up the expansion, I'm gonna have to start a new character and go through the steps again. I think you're right. That's the way to do it. Diablo 4 made me miss Diablo 2. Yeah, exactly. I felt that way about Diablo 3. I'm like, this doesn't feel the same. It doesn't have the same juice to it. I was watching a YouTube short earlier about polar bears. I think it must have been poorly edited because the guy claimed a standing polar bear is 14 feet tall. I researched it and they're only 10 feet tall. Well, still got 4 feet on me, but yeah, I'm not about to challenge them regardless. I think this picture might be like the best high FOV picture I've done so far. I think this might be the best. I've always had a hard time with the high FOV pictures, like bringing the perspective lines closer together to get that like kind of blown up Quake look where you're like seeing a lot more. And it works because it's a vertical picture, but it still feels like you're seeing a lot of the landscape. I think this might be my most successful attempt at like a high FOV kind of a look. Aren't they super dangerous though, polar bears? Yeah, they're super. They're nothing. They're no joke. They're so hard they don't even make Coca-Cola commercials anymore. Remember back when they were like when their career was popping off and they were doing all those cute commercials, and now they're just all scary. They're probably pissed about the ice melting or something. Polar bears don't like to cuddle? Then why are they so cute? Explain their top of their heads with the cute little ears they have. They're the most dangerous bear species. You know, I did kind of mess out the perspective a little bit. Some of these lines, this line is too extreme on this side. Everything else should follow that. Damn. This line right here should be a little bit straighter, I think. Or at least everything else should have followed it. Like this line right here should have followed that more extreme. I guess I could still fix that. This line, or at least let's say not fix it, but manage it by scooting this over with to the right, like that kind of a thing, to where it's not as instantly noticeable. But negating some of the I've had a bunch of old bear videos I've been meaning to watch. What made you want to watch polar bear videos? Polar bears are Molly Weasleys of the bear world. It was a scientist guy who usually talks to Joe Rogan. Yeah, if you want to see Joe Rogan get excited, bring up bears. See, I don't have the adventurous spirit for that. I do not want to encounter them. I don't want to mess with them. I want to be as far away as possible from that whole mess. I don't want to like find out the hard way. I love bears. In picture form, yeah, on the internet, yeah, I love them. Love seeing them in picture form. I don't want to even be inside of my car with them next to me. He's the guy that said there's 4 main meat eaters: tiger, leopard, crocodile, polar bear. Agreed, Yuri. I don't want to mess with them. Touching bears, jumping out of plane, etc. Not for me. Yeah, I don't. I'm not into that stuff. The plane jumping, the jumping off cliffs, the base jumping, bears. I'm very like I love Civilization. I want to be inside of it, where it's cozy and you know, uh, you know. That's kind of where I'm at mentally. I'm not into like I'm not into the find out, kind of lifestyle. There was another video I saw that said orca had the strongest bite force on the planet, 19,000 psi. Great white shark has 4,000. Human being only has 300 psi. Yeah, we solved that issue by cooking them. We solved that issue that way. Lol agreed, no camping for me. Well, I mean, I'll do the kind of camping where you have like you show up to like one of those mini houses and you have a truck and like internet and a stove. Not like camping where you're like in a tent surviving off of like a can of tuna. I'm talking like camping where it's basically you're semi outside. Obviously, I want internet. Obviously, I want, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be indoors. Like, I just want to have I want to see the outside from the inside. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Pass. Even that? I mean, I'll do that like fake camping stuff, whereas like the rich people style camping, where you're like on the patio, sharks as well. Pass. Yeah, I don't get in the water. I don't get in the water where sharks could be. I remember when I was a kid, I like walked into like this river, and then like I got attacked by a goose. I got attacked by a goose. Not a goose. It was like a swan. And then 5 minutes after that, we went to a different part, and I stepped on a shard of glass, and I'm like, I'm done with this. Like, you guys enjoy this outside. I'll stay inside. I'm good. I'll draw bears from the safety of my home. What type of pen do you use? Well, I'm not using a pen right now. Usually if I draw with a pen, I just use a ballpoint pen like this. Like if I want to do sketching with a pen, I'll just use like the most basic Walmart pen for like $1. Doesn't, I like the way it looks actually, but that's my go-to because it looks a lot like pencil. But yeah, I'm not using pen in this. Is that a blending stump? This right here? No, this is white charcoal. This is just a white charcoal pencil. I'm trying to create that atmospheric fog kind of thing. As we look up, I want the atmospheric fog kind of look. And then I'm probably going to have a half circle at the top here, almost like that's the opening for the facility, like where they're dropping the pods in from. Or were, I mean. How long does it take you to finish a drawing? It just depends. Like something like this, where it's a full environment and I'm like drawing everything out, probably like closer to 40 hours. But a creature was like I drew that one creature, the Scrag, in like 3 streams, and that was about 15 hours. It just kind of depends. Sometimes I do feel like if a picture kind of turns into a lemon, it does feel like I wasted a lot of time like perfecting things, and it kind of like it looks okay-ish. You know what I mean? It's like, this is all right, kind of thing. And it's like, man, I wish I would have done something else, because like sometimes like the pictures I don't spend that much time with kind of turn out like they look like a banger, but then the ones I really try, I'm just like, damn, that was a lot of time for not that much result. But usually it does correlate that, if you put more time into it, it does kind of look a little neater and a little bit more fleshed out. But how do you decide on what character to draw? I basically just kind of look inside my mind. Like sometimes an idea will come to me before the stream or whatever, or like while I'm drawing, and then like I'll just keep that as a little nugget in the back of my head, and if I return to it, I'll just kind of draw that. I don't know. It just that kind of thing kind of comes to me. If I don't have any ideas, I'll just start drawing faces, and then like that usually kind of gets me going, and that's kind of how I do that. It's just more of a... I saw a hilarious can opening hack with the spoon. The guy was struggling like hell for 5 minutes digging a spoon around the edge of the can to open it, and someone in the comments said, the real hack is that this will make you never forget a can opener again. I've seen a guy, this dude I was watching, he had a can and he showed how to like open cans if you don't have a can opener. I don't know if it works on like only certain cans or like what the limitation on that is, but he basically, what he did was like he took the can like this and then he like caved it in. He like caved the soft part of it in and then worked that angle. Like he kept doing this basically for a long time until like it started to come apart at the seams, and it seems like that's the way to do it. If you can find a spot where you can cave if it's like one of the flat fish ones, those are easier to open. I don't know. I don't think he did a circle one, like a standard soup can kind of a thing. But yeah, it was. You can definitely get them open, even with just your hands. But you have. It's kind of like one of those. It's kind of like that trick with the handcuffs where they line up the links in a certain way, and then you use like leverage of your hands to like break that one link. This is a similar concept where you have to get just the right angle and kind of cave in the can at a part where you can start moving the metal, and then you just work that angle until it starts to kind of... the cylinder can I didn't see him do. I mean, at least it was cylinder, but it was like one of the flat cylinder ones with the fish or whatever. The full soup ones, I think that might even be easier. I don't know, because there's like more caveable space. What advice would you give on how to use reference? I'm trying to think of how I use reference. I just like kind of like I bring out my little guy over here, like when I can't remember like the muscle structure, especially like the back. It gets all like really confusing, and like this leg area, like the muscles on the legs, kind of like where all of this kind of stuff comes in at. I keep forgetting, so I just bring this guy out. I have a model, and then it depends on what you mean. I mean, you just Uh, it's I think it's circumstantial. I don't want to be too vague and be like, well, it just depends. But like, I'm trying to think like, you know, sometimes I use reference. It's mostly around anatomy and stuff. I feel like my buildings and stuff. It's like I think of buildings as just like rectangles and triangles that are 3D, and I just construct things out of that. I feel like I don't need to like look at stuff, but I feel like with anatomy, it's like it has to be a certain way for drawing humans for them to be convincing. Coolio, thank you for the shark, dolphin shark. Thank you, man. But yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. Is like if I just can't remember, because I don't want to look silly with anatomy, right? Like it just looks off and stuff like that. So I'll bring out my model, my guy. But I never, if I had to draw like a specific castle or something complicated that has to be a certain way, then I would definitely have to use a reference. You know what I mean? Like I can't, I don't have like the visual memory to like memorize something exactly. So if you said like, here's a commission, I need you to draw this exact thing, obviously I'd have to be looking at it. I struggle with character design. Yeah. I think I did a video on that once. Like, if you're doing like robots and stuff, just putting 3D blocks next to each other, like cylinders and blocks. Well, I think drawing sessions, that channel like does a lot better at explaining like character design, like thumbnailing, like doing like little quick picks and like farming ideas out of that. I think he kind of explains that pretty well. But if like what I typically do is what if I don't have any ideas, I'll just draw cylinders and rectangles sort of next to each other until my mind like can sort of transform that into something useful. And I'm like, okay, I'll put the head here. That'll be like an odd shape kind of thing. It'll make a like a unique looking robot. You know, I just kind of like if I'm farming for ideas, I'll just draw objects next to each other that are like simple and let my mind connect the dots for me, and it kind of like springs out of that sometimes. Like you can get like really unique creatures that way. But yeah, I can't say that I was like. I think now my stuff is starting to look unique and interesting, like my creatures, but like characters and stuff. But what I wouldn't try to do, like sometimes this works, but like I wouldn't try to like conjure up entire character inside of your mind. Like get something on paper and then design with around that shape or concept. Add stuff to it, remove stuff until something looks interesting, instead of trying to conjure up an entire interesting thing inside of your mind and replicate it perfectly onto the paper. I think that's like the hardest way to do it. I would just kind of like think and work as you're working, kind of a thing, and then you can like replicate it later or tighten it up later. I hope that helps. Um, Gift loves art. Do you want to join our Discord so you can show us your work? You don't have to. I don't want to push it on you, but we do have a Discord, and if you post your stuff there, then maybe we can, like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hey, GS says, yo, I'm back. Nice, man. It only costs $100 a month. Yeah, that's an inside joke. We're not charging money for it, but yeah. Or one-time payment of $900 for the year. That's like the affordable option. Sure, but I caution I suck a lot. Yeah, we don't really like judge by that. Like, it's just a chill place to share your artwork. We have varying degrees of skills. I wouldn't, you know. You just get better over time, you know. So let me do an invite. Invite to server. Copy link. Enter. Pew, 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 pew. There you go. If you want to join, you're welcome to join and share your art. No pressure, but do it. But no pressure. Oh yeah, Slipknot fan. Yeah, I do know that. I do know that girl. Ginger. Yes, I've been shown her before. Very nice. AGS, yeah, the server holds an Asian art technique, and you gotta pay the price. No, it's completely free. I just thought it would be funny to tell people that it costs like a lot of money to join. It's a place for like-minded individuals. More like a place of full of caffeine addicted individuals. Not me. You don't drink coffee? Is coffee not big in India? Or are you guys more into the tea thing? I think like once I turn the house down to like 64, I think it's like I have enough electronics inside of here to just maintain the ambient temperature at like where it's at. The furnace hasn't gone off in like forever. I'm liking this. See, we are at. Oh, it doesn't say. I guess it's supposed to rain later. Well, thank God my concrete set before all of that happened. And it got a little windy last night too. I was worried about that. I'm like, if that pole moves at all, then that concrete is like ruined. There's not a whole lot stabilizing it except a rope. I joined a Discord and saw so many advanced art pieces. Donkey, you joined too? What? Nice. Yeah, feel free to share. We're trying to undead the. It's hard to keep active Discord. I'm telling you guys, it's Is it me, or are there no discussions over on Twitch? Isn't it weird? It used to be like all of my discussions were on Twitch, and now they moved to YouTube, and like no one talks on Twitch anymore. Was it something I said? I don't know. It's just like it's been dead for like a week. Like dead. I don't know what's up with that, guys. I don't know. All right, starting tomorrow, the stream will be starting at 5 p.m. So that's just kind of how the work I'm doing is like working out for me. So 5, probably, you know what I mean, 5 to 10 or something like that. Just so you guys know, I can't do the morning streams anymore. It just that's just how the cookie's crumbling. That ringtone, Yes. The ringtone is silly. I don't know how to change it back. What's going on? Is he on the phone? Yeah, I'm on the phone. I had a call from work and stuff like that. So, yeah, like I said, this is the time now is I'm gonna have to start streaming 5 p.m. Unfortunately, I did like the schedule for me, like just waking up and whatever. But it's just the way things are working out. I had this on my tablet before. I thought there's no discussions and the streamer is just yapping until I found out where the Twitch app in that device is not updating the messages. I had this on my tablet before. I thought there were no discussions and the streamer is just yapping until I found the Twitch app and the device is not updating it. Oh yeah. No. I think it's just no one's talking on because people can comment. It's just not showing it. There's just no one commenting on Twitch for some reason, which is weird because we had heavy combos on the Twitch before, but it kind of like died out. I won't be able to join that at that time. Yeah, no, I totally get it. For some people, like it's just not gonna work. But that's just how. Unfortunately, that's just how the cookie's crumbling right now. Bummer. I'll join whenever I can. Gotcha. Yeah, I think starting tomorrow, it's gonna be the case. It's just time sensitive things and things of that nature. Guys, let me. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. We have the same phone. Ducky, you have a Motorola 2025. Yeah, I got a cheap phone. It's I like it a lot. It's for the price. It does like what I need it to, and it does it better than my last phone, which cost more money. So I'm really happy with it. I'm just not a phone guy, so I just buy like whatever Android will do the job. It's the Jiboshi curse whenever someone mentions job or work. Yeah. Unfortunately, bills need to get paid. The bills need to get paid. So that's just the reality. No. Okay. Where's my brush here? Is Jiposhi on? He is not on. He's not on. And he stayed up super late last night. I think he's going to be like, if he does show up, it'll be like later, if he has a chance. Yeah, it sucks. Having a full-time job kills the mood for sure. You know what I mean? It's just like you're just living and breathing that. So unfortunate. Work is good though, Yuri. You work on that job. You're going to do great. Yeah. No, I'm still gonna keep streaming. It just has to be moved over because of the time sensitivity of things. What American time zone are you in? U.S. Central Standard Time? I believe. But I've been wrong before, so. That time is like 4:30 for me in the morning, lol. I'm usually asleep at that time. Well, that's when I'll start, but like, you know what I mean? That's when I start. And if I do like 5 hours, then you'll be 5, 6, 7. You'll catch the last 2 hours of it or so. If you get up by 7. But like, I get it. It sucks because like everyone I've acquired as a viewer is like around this time zone, so it's kind of like it's hard to, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to change that. To change the ringtone settings, search sound and vibration. Click under ringtone sounds. Go to phone. Ringtone sim 1/2. Bam. All right, I'll keep that in mind. How do you make your work grounded in reality? Lol Ducky put the directions. Nice. No, I can chat GPT it. I don't care enough. Like, to me, like, doesn't matter what it sounds like. I would like it to be like less obnoxious. Like if it could tone down the obnoxiousness. But as far as like me, I don't know. I think just over time things look more realistic because like I draw, like even when I draw futurism, I put in bricks, I put in concrete, I put in like mechanical things that make sense. In order to like ground it, so it's like it's the future, but there's enough elements of reality there that you can connect to, and things of that nature.
Oh, it's a big baby. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Oh, yeah, big baby. Make dog noises. Make dog noises. It was. The people are waiting for you.
Oh no, Flo moved earlier and you moved later. Yeah, that's just how it is right now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that work is picking up and things are moving forward because, like, it's not like I can like stream forever. Like I'm gonna keep streaming, but like, it's like I gotta. Is he a pit bull? Yeah, he's got pit bull genetics and something else. I'm not really sure. I was told he's just a pit bull, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Looks like there's something else in there, but he's a good boy. But he's definitely got pit bull for sure. And my college is in the morning, too, so it would be hard for me to catch the stream. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. You're going to have to quit school and everything. But, I mean, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, you know what I mean? This guy is drunk. I would rather watch the stream than take those boring classes in the morning where the professor is running on caffeine too low. So he gets it. I get it, man. It sucks. And I don't like it. It kind of makes it worse for me because like I have to. If nothing happens, like I still have to wait all day like. It's not like if theoretically nothing can happen, I can start the stream earlier. It doesn't work that way. I have to wait till a certain time. So that's what sucks. Is like I cannot start it earlier than that because. It'll be interesting though, you know what I mean? Like how the cookie crumbles in that respect. Like, kind of like you have that open window for work. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Regardless if you're actually working on something or not. Yeah, it's just you know. I mean that important streaming won't. Pay the bills. Exactly. Yeah. It'll pay for like the pencils and paper and stuff, but it's not enough to like sustain myself off of streaming at all. Like not even close. So you know, I have to be like realistic. I gotta prioritize work. So it's just kind of how it is. I see what you're saying. I'm familiar with that type of schedule. Yeah. Unfortunate. I would miss drawing while watching the stream before going to bed. Well, I appreciate the sentiment. I do. Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably going to do more harm than good. But no, it won't. It'll work itself out. Stay positive. Well, I mean, yeah, like it'll. Like I'm not saying like it's not gonna like kill the stream. I don't think, but it's definitely gonna do initial damage because like everyone who watches, you know, they within the context of the time they have. So, you know, a few people just won't be able to watch at all or whatever. I have 30-page handwritten assignment pending. Pending guess. Who is wrecking his hands tomorrow, lol? Bro. You think so? Is everyone on the opposite time zone? Well, I think the streams are long enough that like I think a lot of people will still be able to check it out and stuff. But you know, a few people like I think 10% of the people are just not going to be able to make it. It's not going to be catastrophic, but I mean, it'll still do more, you know, like more damage than not. I think even Jipochi, it's like gonna not work with. You know what I mean? It's like even he's gonna be like the main crew can't make it basically. No Jipochi, just love him. Did you guys watch Fallout? Yeah, we watched episode 1 and 2 of season 2. It was good. It had its moments. I enjoyed it. Actually, I can tune in on some weekends. We did, and you weren't there. Yeah, you weren't there. I think writing all day and not drawing would be a good break to come back from. Yeah, I fell asleep. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. He plays the ghoul, I think. Walton Goggins. Is that the guy? Is that the guy who played the father and then he turned into the ghoul? I forget what his real name is, but yeah, he does a good job. I like the composition of like the duo of her being like this innocent kind of vault dweller and him being like this hardcore kind of a cruel, experienced sort of guy in the wasteland, and I think it's a good, interesting. It's a good what do you call it? Contrast between the two characters. It's interesting to watch them interact. So I appreciate that. AGS says good night. Nice, man. Nice. See you, Aegis. Hope I can catch another stream soon. Yeah, like I said, tomorrow it's going to be either 4:30 or 5 p.m. that I have to start the stream. Future Oil, yo, Holmes kill it. How's it going today? It's going really well. Thank you for stopping by, Future. How's your day going? How's your holiday time going for you? Good, good. I'm back home now. Nice. Yeah, I don't like to leave my house. It's my favorite place. I'm like, nah. That's where it's popping, you know? My house is where it's popping. For me, at least. For me, at least. I'm gonna have to sharpen that up. Good morning, Misery. Good morning. How's everyone today? Thank you, Misery. We're doing great. We're doing great. Define poppin'. Like, it's just awesome here. It's just awesome. Did I miss any drama? No, it's been pretty chill. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I was just saying earlier that I'm gonna have to start the stream soon at a much later time, 5 p.m. U.S. Central Standard Time, instead of like the usual around 11 a.m. But it's been super chill. It's just the way my work is working out is like I have to do that, basically. I mean, I understand my mom missing us, but my other brothers who have their own place would never sleep over. I gotcha. Yeah, you had to do your duty. Did I miss why? Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just the way the cookies. I said that joke before, but yeah, the cookie crumbles, and have to be adjusting my schedule. Did you say you were going to change stream hours? Yeah, so instead of 11 a.m., it's going to be 4 or 5 p.m. start time. If they all also have their own families, it would be a lot of you guys in one house to sleep over, or if they have responsibilities left at home, like pets. Yeah, the pet thing really slows you down. It's hard to find somebody to give. Like, my dog is like too big to like hand over. You know what I mean? To like most people, it's like he's a handful. So I like the perspective on this one. Oh, thank you, Misery. Yeah, like trying to go for the high FOV kind of look. I want to make it like epic and grand kind of thing. So move the perspective lines closer together and stuff like that. You know, to kind of sell that kind of wider lens kind of look. A little bit, or I'm trying to achieve that, you know what I mean? That's what I'm going for anyway. At least maybe, I think maybe like the bright side is that like really when I stream, I think in the morning, the people I'm getting a lot is like Europeans. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying there's less of them. And if I start at 4 p.m., that's like and I stream till like 10, that's when people are like getting off work, kind of, for United States time. Like if it's like from 5 to 10 or 11 p.m., you know, people are like coming home at around what, like 7:30ish, they're settling in. So maybe the highest population of people that watch me is the United States. So it's like I'll be hitting the time slots for the United States maybe a little heavier. I don't know. But it does seem like Europeans are like more into art, maybe. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'll hit a better, like higher numbers because of like the time will be like, that's when the United States is like coming home, and you know, it'll be like super late for the Europeans. But how long does one of those ivory pencils last you? Not as long as I want. Not as long as I want. All these chalky pencils, they kind of have a tendency to just like evaporate in your hand. But they do such a great job at what I need to keep using them. Welcome, Hara. Nice. Hara just gave a follow? Where? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Hara just gave a follow.
Oh, on the Discord. Yeah, we had 2 entries today. Let me go check. Let me make sure they actually followed. They're not just... No, I'm just kidding. Members. Where are they at? No, how do you check like the new people? Greetings, yeah. Well, so this was from today, 11:39. I'm gonna triangulate. Nice, and then we have another member. It looks like we got 3 members from that one link. What the? Nice, very cool. So that's another $300 a month. No, I'm just kidding.
We joke around here. Oh, all the cat toys I made were a hit. They loved them. Who did you give them to? Four different cat houses. 3 of my boys and younger daughter have cats. Ah, I see.
Yeah, cats are pretty cool. I'm not a. Even though I like dogs, I'm not a cat hater. I made 16 toys. Damn. I like the ones with like the motors in them, and then like the cat chases the little toy. They get all kinds of excited when they see something move.
Future Oil says, I think at least one of my sisters-in-law hates me for no reason. Yeah, no, I feel that. I mean, I don't have a sister-in-law, but I get it. Sometimes hate is unwarranted. I mean, I think you're supposed to say that all hate is always unwarranted, but you know what I mean. Same, I'm a cat person, but I don't dislike dogs. Yeah, I just like things that are nice. Like, and the thing is with cats, is it me or are they like lower maintenance? Because like my dog is kind of a handful. Laughing my ass off, poor Future. Yeah, doesn't bother me, just weird. Nice. Well, that's good. You can like just shake it off. You know, it's not a big deal. It's just kind of like, you know how like you go in the art store and you mention the old guy and then like your sister. It just seems like a lot of times it's like it's always like somebody, like, you know what I mean? It's like Jen asks, explain why Future Oil. Jen would like you to explain to her like why you think you're hated by your sister-in-law. My lower maintenance mostly? Way lower maintenance? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I sort of thought that too. I'm like, unless you get like a cat that destroys your house, like it does seem like they're just kind of into, they just sleep 16 hours a day. And, you know what I mean? They're just kind of like homebrew. Like my dog always wants to go outside. He always wants to go outside. So it like creates like, it's hard to, and he's a handful. He's like so big that I can't go outside and relax. Like walking my dog is like, I have to watch out for cats because he's gonna like run after them. He's gonna bark at other dogs, and he's like 118 pounds. You know, it's more food. It's like more of a mess. You can't. It's like everything is more difficult when your dog is the size of a small human. And if I had a cat, a lot simpler. One of them is always crying and yelling for no reason. Yeah, they do that. They do the meowing. I don't mind like a little bit of meowing. Like I said, I could handle like a single cat would be just super chill. But I think if I ever got a cat, like I would want a house. I'm definitely never having carpet again in my house. I want wood. I don't even care if there's like anything on the wood. I just want wood floors all the way through the house. That way everything's cleanable. Yeah, like I said, one time I was watching my friend's pit bulls, so there was 3 dogs in here, and it was like literally every morning was somebody threw up or somebody like barfed something up or like they had diarrhea or like something was always up with one of them, and like every morning it was like chaos and like hour and a half of cleaning or like something like that. So yeah, 3 dogs is like way too much for me. I had dogs before, but now I have cats. What's annoying with cats is that they can sometimes be choosy with their food. Dogs just eat whatever you give them. I've had my dog get choosy. When I first got him, he would eat like a raw potato, and like now he's like, well, you know, now that I moved him on to like red meat, he's just like, yeah, I'm kind of like the dog food is like not really my thing anymore, you know. I had to move him to like a specific diet because he's getting older and stuff. And I've just like there was no dog food I could buy that would like do the trick. And I can't discern how you know what's good or not, except for the price. But I've had people give their dogs expensive food and it's just no results. I can't do 3 dogs. No, it's way too much. Way too much work. You know, you get like a 4-hour period every day where they're all like laying down, but like if I'd be streaming and one of them gets up and starts like running through the house, then the other ones get riled up, and it's like I just can't do it. You know what I mean? It's like it's way too much. Except for I guess Kip was super like he would just lay there. He never like created any issues for me. He was like the only good dog. That Stella and Aries were like the bad dogs, and then Stella was the worst dog because she was very territorial and like very jealous, and like she wanted to kind of like always be under my feet, and it was like I can't, like you're under wires and stuff, and it was the whole thing was like a mess the entire time. I'm like, bro, I cannot like I could only watch dogs, but like if they gave me like some comedic amount of money. Like, it makes sense why those services cost so much, because it's like, unless you live in the farmhouse that you kind of don't care if they scratch stuff up, it's like a lot of work, and like they destroy stuff, and like I said, my carpets are now like dirty and stuff. It's not worth it. Just one example, she has a daughter, and she directly compares her to all of my kids, and she also says things to her daughter where she's indirectly talking about people around her. Yeah, it sounds bad. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. That's not good. But yeah, actual food, dog food. If we ever go to their house, they only let us in through the back, which is a sign of disrespect. To be fair, I only use the back of my... Like, I never ever use the front door. So is it like they don't use the front door? I feel like that's crazy. To be like, hey. Back door, buddy. Back door. If they're doing that, that's... Dude, I would never go there. If they're pulling that. Unless they're like weird like me and I just don't use my front door. Like, I have my couch here, and it like blocks areas up from going upstairs. So there's no reason to use the front. Like, the front door is useless basically here. Even if we go to their house, they only let us in through. Yeah, I mean, if they're doing that, that's insane. Like, I would just never go there once that happened. In the back, lol, what in the world? Yeah, that's wild, bro. That's really wild. What indirect stuff does she say? Jen wants to know what she says. Probably like gossip, like, you know what I mean? Just like general, like, so and so is like that and stuff like that. Basically passing on her habits to her daughter, kind of thing. Sounds like it's negative though. If the front door was never used, I understand, but that's not the case. Yeah, I don't see any reason to go there. I don't care if they're family or not. You know what I mean? That's wild. Teach your daughter some Yo Mama jokes. Nice. No plans to go. Whoa, somebody on Kick is somebody on another platform is saying stuff. I won't lie, front door only. Curious, are you using Bristol board? No, this is a Strathmore 9x12 tone paper. This is a toned Strathmore paper, 9x12. Alright, let me sharpen up my white pencil here. I might go grab like some. Julio says second class citizen. That's what that would feel like. Yeah, that's what that would feel like. To me, it's like I don't even want to be here in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go to people's houses in the first place. Let alone like if I'm not wanted there, I'm like, that's even better. Like, like I mean, I didn't want to be here anyway. I was doing it out of politeness. Now I have a reason not to go. Let's do a little sharpening. Sharpen. I'll show you how I boogie with a sharpening. This pencil's almost out too. Oh, we're gonna squeeze every little inch out of him though. We're gonna squeeze every little bit out of this pencil. I stop whenever Yuri tells me I don't want to say too much, or I can't say. Sometimes I have to be careful with what I say. Like, sometimes I'm like, is this a good idea math? And I'm like,
it's fuzzy in my head, and I'm like, I just better not go there. Or whatever I was talking about. I don't always remember, but what the? The paper looks super smooth, Yuri. I need to start buying stuff. This is like a 400 grit. This isn't like uber smooth. This is kind of in that between. It's not like printer paper where it's like, or Bristol paper, or whatever they call it. It's not like that. It's not like this super smooth paper. It does have a texture to it, but it's minimal, and I think it's perfect for kind of what I'm going for. I do like a higher render kind of look, so the higher the texture, the more you're going to be fighting that, and that took me like an embarrassingly long time to understand. Like I thought, like I was buying that Caisson paper that costs like $1 a page, and I was like, yo, this is like the shit from France, and then like I just realized I'm like fighting against the grain the entire time, and there's no reason to suffer. So I just went back to this paper that's like much cheaper, and it kind of goes with the style I do anyway. So the paper does matter. Nice things are nice, but like ultimately, like a lot of it depends on like what you're trying to do. If you want that like sketchy kind of look, then the higher grain paper will help you lock into that resolution. If that makes sense, like because it's forcing you to be at a sort of lower resolution, rather, right? Not directly. We're not the type of family that talks about emotions. We communicate with shorter sentences. if something's weird is going on. I don't know why that was funny. I use Bristol recycled drawing paper, the watercolor paper. Nice. Totally makes sense to me. Yeah. No, there's both have their use cases. I just like this. I just figured out what I like and I've stuck with it. It's in my DNA. Nice. No emotions future? What the? It's funny in the way we're not emotionally expressive. Can you guys hear the music, by the way? I feel like it's like way too low. But I don't know, we're getting in some emotional stuff, so maybe the music is going to ruin the mood. I don't know. Are you using a razor? Oh my god, I'm not alone. Well, I use a razor for this part because it dulls down really fast on the wood. I like the angle you can get on this. With a knife, it's really hard to get the angle that you can get with like this flat piece of thing. So I use the knife for the wood part, and then I use the razor blades for this part. By the way, razor blades getting really expensive. Holy crapazooey! I went into a local hardware store to pick up a pack, and it was like the cost of a new video game for razor blades. I mean, they're gonna last me a while, but I'm just like, damn, dude, that's a lot of money. Like, I don't remember razor blades being like so comedically expensive. That's why I walked out of there. I'm like, I'll look on Amazon or something because this is just like way too crazy. They wanted like 39. It was like I don't know. I don't want to make up numbers, but I will. I feel like it was like like almost $40 for like the big pack. And like I don't remember it being so crazy. My cousins came by for Christmas lunch and we talked about hamsters. The next day, my other aunt told me that my cousin had trouble with her studies. I told him as a host I don't want to roast them with topics they don't like. That's why the hamsters became the topic. That's always good to be able to I'll give you a pass on Gestadment. I don't understand. I don't know if I'm misreading that word or I'm not sure I understand what Gestadment is. New word for me. I made it up. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, sorry. My dots didn't connect nearly fast enough. I see what you're saying. Yeah, like a play in words, like my guesstimate. Oh, guesstimate. Okay, sorry. Okay, it's all coming in now. Sorry, it's all coming in now. The processing power is. No, you did. It was me. It was all me. You made sense. It was like I'm like the dots are not connecting fast at all today, or any day, but today in particular. Yeah, always. Yeah, hamsters is a good one. No reason to bring up heavy topics. You can't change anything anyway. You know. That's a good one. Hamsters. I mean, with me and my kids at home, yeah, totally. We do express emotions, but just not with my mom and brothers. Yeah, it'll be like that with older generations. You know, sometimes they get like a little kind of old school. I saw those go up in price like a year ago. True. Yeah, I need to stock up on razor blades and then sell them after like the collapse. Can you imagine? Razor blades are probably going to be like worth a lot. Very quiet. Okay. I haven't brought any new blades in a bit. Yeah. I'll turn it up just a tinge. Just a tinge. Just a tinge. God, that's good. I almost feel like I want to add a little, not cocoa, but I want to add like almost like an almond joy taste to it. Like if I could get something that tastes like coconutty into my coffee. The way it tastes now, like if it had a little bit of coconutty taste to it, it would just be like insane. Well, my other cousin brought his girlfriend. Another cousin question is, when are you getting married? I palm-faced initially. Could you just let him propose first at his own terms? Yeah. Coolio, totally, I get it. I changed the subject with cousins because it's like, bro, I have my own problems, and we haven't even known if the girl will say yes. Bro, that's brutal. Yeah. Have you guys seen the rejections on YouTube? Like when people get rejected, is that not the most hard thing to watch? Rejections are brutal. They really are. We haven't even known if the girl was there. See a few. That's nice. I'm cool with my cousins, and I want it to stay that way. I don't like even have any cousins, bro. I think my lineage is like near dead. I'm like the last of my people. But which is kind of nice because I don't have any of this drama. I don't, you know what I mean. But sometimes you have to risk it for the biscuit. It's hard to watch, but sometimes you have to risk it for the biscuit. Yeah. True. Thank you for the follow. I'm the last Campbell in my lineage except my nephew, so I respectfully requested his mother not to change his last name. He will be the last Campbell. Yeah. cousins are actually the worst because they can talk shit without any consequences since you rarely see them. I probably have second cousin who I consider a good friend. Yeah. This area is super hard to work on because everything here is like I need to get it just contrasty enough to hit it with the white and then reduce the contrast, if that makes sense. Like this area is going to take so much refinement before it like looks, oh baby Roo. Look at how thick his neck is. Is that not disgusting? Not in a bad way, I just mean in like just a sheer power. Like the way he's designed, it's like just all neck muscles for the jaw, like right above his eyes. Doggo startled me. Bulldog? Yeah, he's a bully breed. I think pit bulls are bully, right? Like Tank? Yeah, he's crazy. Like if you look at his body, I would have people ask me if I worked him out. I'm like no, and they wouldn't believe me. I'm like no, like he just lays around all day. That's why I don't go to the gym. I'm like, bro, you either got it or you don't. Like if you're like a skinny dude like me, you can go to the gym and you can eat creatine and you'll put on some muscle, but look at this guy. He's never lifted anything, and he like, you know what I mean. He just lays around all day, and he looks like he's been genetically engineered for, you know. I'm just saying, it's like just you have what you have, and just deal with it. Like don't go to the gym; it's a waste of time. My dog is proof of that. Mine is a pit bull, lab, super friendly but strong, as incredible hunk despite her frame. Yeah, Pitbull, like I said, when I was watching my friend's Pitbulls, I was walking Kip, and he's like, well, Stella and Kip, they're about the same size. They're like, I don't know, that 50-pound range kind of Pitbulls. And the strength is very disturbing. I was very, very surprised. I don't want to say they were stronger than my dog, but it was like, what is going on? How's like 50 pounds pulling me this hard? You know what I mean? It was like, they're so crazy strong that it's very like it puts things in perspective when you think like to yourself like if something were to ever happen and I had to fight a dog kind of thoughts. It's like you feel that and you sort of realize like why, you know, when you hear like stories about people, you know, getting bit by pit bulls or like mauled, it's like why didn't you just kick him? It's like I don't know, it's just a ball of muscle and teeth. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can if you get super lucky, but it's like they're super, super strong beyond like what you can imagine. And I'm a pretty strong guy, right? Like, I'm like, bro, like, how are you this strong? Like, you just lay around all day. Well, got her down into the storm shelter. I have to Deadpool maximum effort. Well, to get her into the storm shelter, I have to Deadpool maximum effort, yeah. My FB is deactivated, so I actually don't have any news to give out to them. Oh. She weighs 52 pounds, but has a strength of 520. Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like to me too. I don't know if other dogs are like that too, and I just never felt them like push against me, but or like push on the leash really. But they are like comedically strong. It doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, I know they're like they got like all 4 feet, but still, it's like they're so the legs are so, you know, just doesn't make sense. Oh shit. My bad. I was off screen that whole time. My bad. I was so enthralled with a combo about Future Will's drama with his family. It's kind of like when teenagers go to the gym, they work out, only their upper body and their legs look like toothpicks. Yeah, well, working your legs out is rough, bro. I did like one good workout in my life, and I remember like there was like a good 4 days where I had a hard time sitting down or like crouching. It's rough, but yeah. My Facebook is deactivated, but she's actually like a Chihuahua, so she gets too excited for her new humans. She starts choking. See, I'm trying to like all of these objects here, like kind of starting off. I kind of did the atmospheric fog like starting here, so like all of this is going to be like dulled back down with a white to kind of make it look like there's like a lot of distance between us and those objects. That looks a little bit better right there. And what I like is the mixing of I know I talked about this before, but the mixing of charcoal and this white charcoal, or graphite and white charcoal, it creates this bluish hue kind of to it, which perfectly simulates that sense of like distance. If you've ever seen buildings really far away, the atmosphere kind of like has a slight bluish tint to it. I know I say that like I can see colors, but I'm pretty sure I'm like either my brain can't process colors or I'm colorblind or something. But I figured out enough things. I figured it looks fuzzy, but I figured you were going to sharpen it. Never thought about it that way, but yeah, I agree. I gifted my mom the large painting of my dad with his cowboy hat. I'm surprised you did the same painting like right afterwards. I think that would like tucker me out doing the same subject like right after that, because it seems like you did your dad again like almost right after you finished the first one. The original was small and I asked for a larger one. Yeah. Guys, let me go grab a can of something. I'm going to eat it really quick. I'm just getting kind of hungry. I didn't eat a whole lot before I jumped on the stream. I'm just going to go grab it. I'll eat it right here in front of you. I don't care. It was emotionally draining, not going to lie. Yeah. Doing the exact same thing kind of like, that would suck. You know what I mean? Like that, it kind of like wears on you. Let me go grab like a little food. I'll be right back. I'm just starving to death over here. Your boy's back. Yeah, I got some of these, like... I don't wanna... Well, I'll show you. That's what I got. It's a little can of fish. Pretty good. Sardines, I believe. I didn't look. I believe, yeah, it's just sardines. Sardines and water. I'm gonna have to wash my hands. Because I did get some fish oil on the side. So before I proceed, I don't want a fishy smell. Awesome. Oh yeah. These are like a lifesaver. Just for like a quick snack. Bro. Makes me come right back. I'm trying to chew with my mouth closed too. Ducky says hi. Nice. Did that comment just come in, or did I hallucinate that? Future Oil says, bro, last thing I say, I'm always weirded out when someone hasn't seen since 20 years know stuff about me. Rumors, man. Let me go wash my hands really quick. Can of something and baby game. Weird crimpy music is icky to my ears though. This weird chirpy music is icky to my ears. Now it's just organs. So yummy. A can of fish is a good choice. Snacks, he says, it's like a whole ass meal for me. I'm thinking my brother-in-law is trying to gaslight me a little. Fish oil, they had spicy camps following you. You know what I haven't listened to in a little bit is Skyrim. Alrighty. I'm a great listener. Nice. I listen to you guys through chat. I can't stand gaslighting. My classmate from primary school was surprised that I still remember his job. He is roving bank teller. And I said, dude, you're a friend. Of course I'll remember. Kula, you stalking your classmates? Actually, I kind of want to go down. Let me bring the picture up a little bit. I kind of want to work on the water a little bit. I'm kind of tired of looking at the top. I'm just gonna kind of work the bottom with the water and stuff. Hopefully, I can pull off some convincing water here. Just gonna do my best on that. I think maybe like actually the waves are a little too extreme. Kind of want to do that ripple around his legs kind of thing from him moving around, but I think some of these like waves are like way too extreme unless he was just jumping up and down. No worries, Kula, not gonna judge you. I think he just thought I wouldn't care, or I celebrate my friend's wins. And apparently he stayed on his job for a long time, which is good. I bumped into my high school crush last December, and at first I was like, nah, couldn't be her, and I still pretended not to notice her, even though she was looking and smiling at me, and then followed me a bit. Funny thing is, I never actually talked with her, not one word. What the? Maybe she saw you blushing. That is why she's smiling, even though you're ignoring her. Uh-oh. Exposed. No, me blush, never happening, and to prove it, at the end I grabbed my 4-year-old and ran for the car. I think maybe that was a little too extreme, right? It's not like she was gonna, it's not like she was gonna, run after you, right? Like, you probably didn't have to run back to your car. I hate when women chase me to my car. You lock eyes for a second, and they're just chasing you. I have to run out there, close the door. A common male experience we all go through when I go to the store. I feel you there, Future Will. I think she could have chased me. You never know. Yeah. No, I know. It's a common male experience. You got to be ready to run back to your car because women just can't. They just can't hold back. Especially if they find out I'm a future oil painter. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Then it's over. You better just run. You did the right thing, I think. You didn't overthink that at all. That's the spirit. I'm just shocked she recognized me after a bazillion years. Maybe she's sending you spy cams back then, for all we know. If I had a spy cam for every person that hated me for no reason, I'd be the most spy person in the vicinity. I don't know, bro. To me, it feels like most people just don't remember or care about, you know what I mean? They're not thinking about us as much as we think. Yuri and Future are both drunk. I feel like I've been pretty saying reasonable things today. I didn't go off the rails at all. Is this Future? Yeah, I'm reading his chat. I'm reading. Sorry, that wasn't me saying that. That was me. Okay, Lurk. I have to go clean a bit. Okay, thank you, Misery. We appreciate that. Only the crazy ex who was actually never your real GF. Only the crazy ex who was actually never your real GF. I never said I had a crazy ex. Women chasing you to the car. Not me. We're talking about Future Oil. Was saying that someone was chasing him. Or he thought that someone might chase him. And I said, I think you're overthinking it. I don't think that there was a lot of chances of that happening. I guess I should be more clear about who's saying what line if I'm reading out chat. Seriously, it was strange. I think I was immature about it, but have said hello. Should have said hello. Yeah, I would have just said hello. That would have made it way less dramatic and weird. Isn't Future married though? Jen, women don't care. They just don't care these days. He is getting chased regardless. But you are a true man in your own show, my dudes. You're a true man. You're a true man in your own show. Oh my, not this one though. I don't do all that. Coolio says maybe she's smiling because it appears that you haven't moved on. Like to her. Only use physical media. Thank you for the emojis. Thank you for the what is this? I forget what peace sign. Thank you. Lol, no problem. Thank you. Appreciate that. He is a Japan semi truck driver. Oh, the little emoji guy. Nice. Yeah, if I'm able to get the money for the class, I'll be going into a 4-week program to get my CDL myself. Are you also Japanese? Or was the emoji Japanese and you're just getting a CDL? Oh, so you're getting okay. Yeah, I think I'm American. Do you Are you gonna drive like one of the big trucks or like one of the smaller, like where they deliver like the drinks and stuff? He is just a truck driver I found here on here from Japan. Oh, nice. Like he stream? Does he drive and stream? It will be a good big semi, like a big boy semi. Yeah. He is always in his truck driving. Bro, that's a good stream idea. If you can somehow set that up. I didn't mean to say good. Yeah. I didn't know he does it. I didn't know. That's a good, if you're a truck driver, setting up a stream and just talking to chat. Well, I guess you shouldn't talk to chat, but you know what I mean? Just kind of like doing driving streams. That would be kind of dope. That's actually a dope idea for streaming. Because you're going to be there for 16 hours anyway. Oh my god, that's genius. Yeah, how does he handle chat? Because he should be like... And I knew 2 other friends who did. You know what? I think in the state of Illinois, They passed a law where streaming is not allowed. Like, you cannot be driving and streaming. He has moments where he stops, yeah. I know in Illinois, like, I thought it was a weird law. Like, recently they came out with this couple months ago, like maybe 6 months ago, saying that you're not allowed to drive and use streaming services. So I don't know if that means, like, you're not allowed to stream a movie while you're driving. That already exists. I've watched a few truckers that stream. Nice. I think it's an awesome idea. Yeah, I would do it for sure. I just don't know. I just know some states frown on that, legally speaking. It sounds like from the way the law was written. I'll be a nervous wreck when I start. No way of getting to that beginning anyway. Yeah, those big trucks, I mean, like the turn, you gotta, like, the turn radius and stuff. Is it a company truck, or is it, I'm assuming you're getting a company truck, which, you know, like, how does that work if you hit something, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's, like, some bridges you can't pass under. There's, like, all kinds of, there's only so many hours. There's only so many hours you're allowed to drive. There's, like, a lot of stuff around trucking. I heard they don't get paid quite as good as they used to, but I don't know. I don't know how true that is. It used to be, like, a really good paying job, but nowadays it's more of a... It's harder to make good money. Is that right? I don't know. That's the things that... You tell me, because you're doing it. Like, I've heard mixed reviews about the pay. Especially if you're, like... I guess it depends on the... well, that could be a damper on it. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the hours? Yeah, you get. If you're talking about the hours, yeah, there's. I'm pretty sure that you have to have a log with your hours, and if you're not sleeping enough, you can get in trouble. Obviously, you can, like, fudge the numbers, which I wouldn't recommend. I'm just saying that, like, they want you to not be driving too much. Because the purpose of it would be to curb my debt and child support. Yeah, I totally get that, yeah. No, I mean, it's probably... You're definitely going to make more than, like... Especially if you're going to no-life it. Obviously, I hope you're going to be watching the stream. Like, obviously, that's, you know, that goes without saying, but if you're gonna be, like, no-lifing driving, you can for sure make more than, like, at a local, you know, warehouse or something like that. My son is turning 18 next year, but now I get to look forward to paying the arrearages. Sorry, what word is that? Yeah, child support sucks, bro. That's crazy. Arrearages? I still don't understand. You have to pay for him after he's 18? I thought it was over after that. Everything sucks most of the times. Well, I wish you luck with your trucking situation. and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know about the pay. I just heard it wasn't like what it was before in America. Like you could make a really good living. I'm sure you still can. Like if you're gonna be living in that truck and stuff like that, just doing routes, yeah, you're gonna make a lot more than like your local job can offer. But what is that half glass full or empty outlook on life? Yeah. When does he find out if he gets his license? I don't know when he finds out. When does he find out if he gets his license? Oh, like, yeah, when do you get your license? Like, even otherwise great careers are being blindsided, and I think largely to blame is AI. Well, I wouldn't begin until January next year to take class. I gotcha. Yeah, I do think there's some careers that are taking big hits. I think luckily for trucking, like I said before, like the bottleneck of building out a new fleet, like let's say they do get self-driving trucks or something, or even if they had dedicated highways, that's still a lot of infrastructure to build. So a lot of these jobs are kind of safe because that's going to take time to replace. But it is costly, so unless I can't get help from local employment office, I won't be able to do it. Oh, they're helping you out? Yeah. That's good. Well, that's good that you got something helping you. I hope he gets it. I feel like trucking is a safe job. Oh, in terms of like stability, it's kind of I kind of feel like it's a good job, but like it's a good job for like a single man. If you're like I want to pay off debt, kind of like just save up money kind of thing. Like just do the job as hard as you can, like put as many hours into it as you can, and then bounce. I know a lot of guys that went that route, and yeah. But it's definitely hard if you already have a family, just because you're just gone all the time. Can always be a future oil painter if all else fails. Yeah, it's kind of hard to be a freelance artist these days and make enough for like, make enough money to like pay child support is probably close to impossible. Unless you're like already like very established and that kind of thing. this art, does the humanoids still look human, or did they devolve into something else? Well, I think in my sort of idea of like this piece is like they're synthetic humans. They're sort of like, they're fleshy and stuff, but they're like the droids from Alien or something. Like they're kind of half bio kind of looking and stuff like that. They're not like Terminators inside. They got like fleshy parts, but they're sort of 3D printed and that kind of thing. That's what I was thinking. And this was the facility that made them, and so they're just kind of there hanging out, like hunting for rats. Did I tell about that time I was on a YouTube live drawing episode from Proco, and I said congratulations on your success making millions? I think they got mad. Yeah, because see, the thing is that like when you say things like that without them knowing you, it can come off like you're being like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like you got to be text doesn't come across that well, so they don't know how you said it. So when you say stuff, you got to be you got to take into account that they don't know you and stuff, and Yeah, you did tell me that story, and I can understand why they would misunderstand that in like you're being like passive aggressive or something. It sounds cocky, by the way. Have the best intentions in mind a lot when I say things, and somehow it comes me with my foot in my mouth. Yeah, it's hard to convey and understand a person trying to typing versus speaking in person. Yeah, you have to be kind of mindful of how that's going to come across on the other end. Unless you've communicated enough and you've built rapport with that person, they don't know. Does he stream? Does Proco stream on Twitch or? Oh, you said it was a YouTube stream? Okay. I think they do that every Friday or so. It can help with learning if someone's explaining stuff as they're drawing. It can be very helpful. Good on them. Good on them for doing that. Oh, that looks a lot darker than it does in real life. Jeez. Jesus Louises. The emphasis is on the money side. Sergeant Fred says hi there. Hey. How's it going? Hope your day is going good. Fine, thanks. What about you? Doing good? Just drawing some synthetic people surviving the apocalypse, as one does with their free time. We're just hanging out and talking and stuff about life and trucking. You know, all the fine things. Women Terminators chasing innocent men. Well, that was in your head, to be fair. That didn't actually happen. She very not likely. She was not going to chase you, most likely. Pan takes a little bath, I see. Pal takes a little bath. Yeah, the floor is full of water. I don't know why, but I've been wanting to draw people in, like, standing in water. I don't know if this was, like, the best case scenario for it. I don't know if this is the scene that, like, needed it, but I was just, like, I kind of wanted to do that for some reason for a while now. It looks like my holiday pictures. Are you a fisher? Do you go fishing? I live near La Rochelle in France. Wow, nice. Nice, man. I've never myself been to France, but I trust that it's awesome. How is the wine? Is a true 10-year-old drink wine daily? Is a true 10-year-olds drink wine daily? Well, they start them younger than that, but yeah. No, sorry, not anymore. I'd like to have grown up there. Also, those strings of lights are so damn good. You taught me a new skill. Yeah, and it's kind of an easy effect to pull off. You just kind of do like the yellow, like you do a yellow hue, and then you put like that white dot in the middle, and suddenly you have something that looks like it's a very easy effect for like what you get out of it. You know what I mean, to like learn. So yeah, definitely do be using it. At least the baguette bread is still legal. Yeah, I'm sure baguettes are still legal over there. We drink coffee at an early age if you want to feel better. Cheese too, yeah. You know what's a really good combo? Take bread, put some butter on it, and then cheese, and then eat that. It's a really good combo. And then flush that down with some beer. Over here, Midwest USA grocery stores claim to sell baguette bread, but it is just an imitation. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that our baguettes are not. They're not on the same level. I'm sure you can get really good bread, but you're gonna have to look far and wide. Do we have to speak French to get around France? Or do most people speak English as well? Asks Future Oil. I don't know. but I will give my opinion. I feel like they still speak a lot of French, unless you're in a major city. That's kind of how I feel, but I don't know. Most of French people don't speak English very well. Hmm. Hmm. I don't speak English very well. Nice. It's all right. It's all right. But oh, by the way, bonjour, bonjour. Sorry, I totally. Where are my manners? Celandria says awesome art. Oh, thank you, Celandria. Appreciate that. My dudes, what's with these questions? you're like, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Just being a goofball. Futuroil wants to visit France. Nice. Don't we all? I would also like a real baguette right now. That does sound quite good. Do you ever do fully colored pieces? No. I don't see a reason for it. I don't see a reason. That's just the kind of person I am. I feel like it's enough to. I mean, there's color here, right? We're putting the color in there. But no, for some, I'm only using like the yellower color to like represent things that are closer. I'm trying to like play with that aesthetic of like, it's essentially I'm to me it's like I'm saying it's white, but it's just closer, so it's warmer. That's what I'm trying to do. At least that's what I'm trying to portray here, right? Like. It's very rare that I'll use color like all over the place like that. Claire Obscure is such a French game. Is a good French game. Never heard of it. What about isn't that 33 game, Expedition 33, isn't that a French game? It is true that you got several animation schools in France. Asks Coolio. Sounds interesting. I think Expedition 33, that one did really well, right? And it was like French, I think. Jen says, "Okay, bye guys." All right, Jen, thank you so much for sticking around and stuff. We appreciate the company. We appreciate the company. Bye, Jen. Nice. The School of Biux Art Academy is in Paris, I think. Sorry for hitting the microphone there. Keep running into it. I think I'm noticing a lot of art Twitchers are either slowing down or calling it quits. Well, sometimes life circumstances change and you just can't do it or whatever. Or they felt like they gave it a try and they're ready to move on. You know what I mean? Coolio says, on the other hand, oh really? From what I've seen, it's been saturated if you don't count people who works on anime art. It's been saturated if you count people who work on anime art. For non-anime art, there's a lot, but you just need to keep looking. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like look that often at the page, and stuff like that. I need to like climb into into Twitch and like look around for other artists more often. I think. I know they're out there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's people that stop doing it for whatever reason, but. You mean specifically the ones that draw with their pencil or physical media? Yeah, I don't know. I don't honestly. I don't. I just when I rate out, I look at like who's online, and if they're online, I I hand the people over. That's kind of my thing. I don't. I'm sure there's truth to that, maybe. Like sometimes I feel like I should be a bigger part of Twitch and stuff. And like go on people's channels and like hang out. But like after the stream I kinda have to go work. It's hard to like hang out on the stream after I've done this. I gotta like move on with my day. So it's kinda like hard to see like the overall scope of like what's going on with everyone. There are a handful that I visit, like Jay Stiller, Casey Snow, Carlson Dwight, Ereg Bai. Okay, nice. Nice, man. I mean, those people are still active, right? Those people are still going. But yeah, you have to sift through the list of anime art streamers. Yeah, that seems like it's super, super popular. The anime stuff. I don't want to hate on it either. It's fine. I just, like my thing or whatever. Yes, anime, literally the life force of any Twitch streamer. I did it growing up, yeah. Nothing wrong with it. I don't actually like. A lot of it is good. It's just yeah, I just kind of not as into it. I don't never really got into watching anime and stuff like that. I think Mr. Float is around 10 to 20 viewers on average. Mr. Faro says 20 to 4 viewers, I think. Honestly, I think when I was keeping track of my viewers, like when I would look at that stuff a lot, I think I peaked around 22, and then I had a slow decline back down to about 10. So I don't know why, but I just kind of kept fizzling out, and now it's kind of stabilized around 12 or something. So I think me and Floatar are about in the same kind of viewership camp. But now I peaked around 22, and then it kind of started to fizzle out after that. I actually happen to like anime manga art, but by the way, here are already ton who streams it. Right. Yeah, I'm sure there's real gems out there. I mean, I know there's mangas with good stories and stuff. It's just I never went into that world, you know. I do wonder if I started to stream nicer things all the time, you know, if it would improve my viewership. If my art wasn't so kind of if my art didn't have a darker tone to it. If I just drew nicer kind of cutesy stuff, if it would improve. I do wonder that sometimes, but I just don't want to draw that. That's the other issue. I just kind of like this kind of thematic. Scorch Hellfire says, stick with what makes yours unique. True. Oh, it's a big baby. It's a big baby. Oh, it's a big boo-boo. I think I gotta give him a bath. He's a little stinky right now. I'd rather watch Bob Ross. What the? Stick with what makes you unique. So, to catch my eye, it has to be very good anime art. Not those casual cutesy teenage girls with skimpy outfits. Bro, there's so much. That's like 86% of Twitch. And then it starts to, there's some seriously weird shit going on with the anime. I haven't touched on it. I'm sure, right? I'm sure. Like, that it gets weird. No doubt about it. But, I mean, they sexualize prepubescent looking girls and see this on the cover of, and I see this on the cover of video games. Right, yeah, there is that aspect of it too, where this is like, it's like, this is a little bit like, it's like, it can't really, it's very, there is that aspect of it for sure, Z's. Oh, he's drinking water. I was like, what is that noise? What the? I don't know. I grew up with heroes and American comic books. Yeah. Yeah, kind of the same. Yeah, I mean, I just grew up on Terminator, RoboCop, Alien, that kind of stuff. So I think that's kind of why I'm in this direction. That stuff I don't even think I didn't encounter anime until like much later on in my life. So it's because they market it to teenage boys and they appeal to them with ecchi stuff that is basically softcore hentai shots. Yeah. There's truth to that. Yeah. A lot of truth. Don't get me wrong. Back when I did love anime, it was completely different, it seemed. Well, there is good anime. I mean, there is like anime that's like, like not that stuff, but. Men were men, women were women. There's a clear distinction. I appreciate anime art, but not as a subject in drawing. I mean, anime proportions is wrong at the start. I didn't even know what anime was till much later. Yeah, same. I didn't encounter it till like it didn't even exist. The closest I got to anima was Vampirilla. She was a very sexy vampire woman from 10 years before I was born. Nice. Macross First of the North Star Ninja Scroll. Are the number of good ones, by the way? They are rare and hard to find. Those are old stuff. I think Macross got imported in the US as Robotech. I've never seen Vampirilla. It's my first time hearing about it. I was never like into vampires in general. I like more traditional, normal like knights and stuff. I think vampires should just be killed on sight. I just don't like the blood sucking. I just like normal heroes. You know, zombies are okay. It was amalgamated with 2 other shows and released as a new thing. Very nice. Likes My Hero Academia, and I would trust something she's into, but I never saw it. I think it's a modern anime. Mm, what happened to our French buddy? I think you asked him too many questions and he left. He got tired of answering. He got fed up with all the French questions about baguettes. Or maybe he just wanted to say hi and this just kind of idling the stream in the background. I don't know. No, we lost our chances. What I hate with run-of-the-mill anime nowadays is that they are isekai. Usually the protagonist needs to die first, although optional. Mysterious reasons. So what is the moral of the story there? That you'll do better in your next life, but not in your current life? When you say die, like Gandalf? Like when he turned to the White Wizard? Or do you mean like die? Or the isekai. Usually the protagonist needs to die first, although optional. Transports to another world, then gets overpowered for mysterious reasons. So what is the moral? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I think it's probably playing off the idea of reincarnation. Makes sense with all the Buddhists in the country. Yeah. With your big baby. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, yeah. I get what you mean. When they all reach for that same... I guess dying would, like, make you overpowered because of your shifting your perspective and or whatever. You know, I think it's yeah. I guess maybe it's if it's overplayed, which it sounds like it is. Makes sense with the all my dudes. No one has proved that reincarnation is a thing. Well, no one yet. I'm open to the idea, but like you said, I don't know definitively, but I'm definitely open to the idea of reincarnation, like on some level. Yeah, there's the next pandemic Buddhist teaching Kung Fu. Yeah, there's the next pandemic Buddhist teaching Kung Fu. Everyone's doing roundhouse kicks all over the place. It's chaos. The only isekai anime I've seen are video game related ones like Hexsign and Sword Art Online, so they don't die. They just log into an MMO. Actual deaths happen in SAO though, but obviously not the protagonist. Well, the protagonist is the chosen one. Oh my god, Japoshi. Wait, was that from... Did I... wait. Did I miss? I was in California last week. Oh my god, how long has that chat been going on for? How many minutes have I not looked up? See y'all tomorrow. Oh, Ducky, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Thank you, Ducky. See you. Have a happy new year. Yes. Yeah. Happy new year to those who want the new year. I do also, but I was in California last week. Says Jenja. Nice. Don't tell them where you've been. Sorry. Yeah, back in Illinois. Nice. Welcome back, Jen. Do you guys know how to play chess? I know how the pieces move. That's about the extent of that's about how I know about chess. Oh no, where's Jipochi at YouTube chat? The trick to chess too is like if someone is moving, let's start since you started streaming. Chat started since you started streaming. Okay, so this is how you play chess. If your opponent is moving their pieces confidently, here's how you throw them off. You also move your pieces with more aggression and speed. So like they're doing like you do like e2, e4 with your, and then their counter, they're bringing out their horse in the front line. You're just immediately, like, you just maintain, the trick is to maintain confidence. It's not really, but that's how you lose. But I learned how to set up a chessboard today. Oh, nice. No, yeah, I know, like, the most basic rudimentary, like, things about chess. I'm in no way, shape, or form, I'll get beat by the computer on the easiest modes. And then, like, if you're really starting to lose, you just kind of, like, start shaking the table and, I really think unless you have a timer in chess, you cannot play it effectively and fun without it. You cannot play it effectively and fun without it. Like, you're saying the timer is what makes the juice flow? Probably, right? I thought you need to flip a table to assert dominance. That's later. That's second half. When it becomes obvious that once they explain to you that you're losing badly, you just go, hey, look, look. It keeps it competitive. Don't forget about using your assassins to assassinate their pieces. Helps out a lot. I like those chess tournament with a clock on the side, and you have to slap it to stop the timer every time you move. Vice versa, opponent. Yeah, I'm not I don't even want to get into chess because it seems like one of those games that you can commit a lifetime to, and it's like you just it's like the best players. I was watching an interview with one, and he was saying that like he's like losing his edge a little bit, and it's like and it's like, okay, well, I feel like I vicariously lived through this guy. I don't need to like pursue it myself. I respect the game, but StarCraft is more of my, like, I like more like traditional RTS, normal games. Chess is a little too. It's a little too. I don't know. I need pieces to be like maneuvering in real time, I guess, to keep my ADHD brain from zoning out. We should watch Queen's Gambit. We can do that. Oh yeah, hey Jipochi, I don't know if you were here when I said this, but starting tomorrow, the stream is going to start at 5 p.m., around 5 p.m., because of my schedules changing. I heard of that TV show, Queen's Gambit, yeah. My uncle taught me how, but I don't tell my... Could have swore I heard somebody knocking. My uncle taught me how, but I don't tell my classmates that I knew how to play. Guys, it's almost 5 hours. Why don't I feed the dog? Jipochi, is Queen's Gambit really good? We can watch Queen's Gambit. Jipochi, are you serious about... Because at this point, like, if you want to watch Queen's Gambit, I can get off the stream and we can watch it. If it's good. It's going to be 2 a.m. here. On my new... So, are you going to stay up or are you going to bed? It's totally cool because otherwise I can feed the dog and just keep streaming. It just because we're at 5 hours. It's about time for me to go feed the doggy. He's look at him look at me like he's just like he's giving me the I need attention. I'm a noob at chess. Let me let him out too really quick. I have work tomorrow, so you're not gonna watch, or what? You don't want to watch Kibble Time? No, I'm gonna cook him. I'm gonna take that like meat. Feed me. I'm gonna take that like those big rolls of red meat or whatever, the beef that's like ground up. I put that on the air fryer for him for 8 minutes, and it's like ready to go. The dog is eating good. Well, as he got older, I had to because he was getting covered in these like red spots on his stomach, and he was like getting senile and stuff. And when I switched to like, I know it's like comedically expensive, but when I switched to like just feeding him meat, he came back. You know what I mean? Like he just came back. Dog is giving you bombastic side eye. Did you see that? Like how hard he was eyeing me just now. So just feed the baby. All right, I'm gonna feed the dog, and I'll be back. I'm gonna keep streaming. But I gotta go feed the dog and probably feed myself and things of that nature. Imagine that. It's as if the manufacturers of food products are actually giving us garbage. It's, you know what I mean. It's like, it's just, I don't know how, I don't want to go into like a whole thing about it. But basically, yeah, the further you stray away from natural into processed, there's no way to not destroy the nutrition in it. No matter how expensive it is. Sad to hear Aries had health issues. Yeah, but he came back. Like I said, he looks great for his age. People don't know he's like a million years old, but he looks fantastic for his age. He still like wants to walk and all that. And like I said, the food really turned it around. I saw this pasta in the cupboard, and it has PSA on the back about it having lead on it and how dangerous it is to eat. Isn't that the craziest thing? They're like, warning, if you eat this food, you will for sure get sick and die. Like that's just like the first label. Anyway, I'm gonna go feed the dog. I'll be back. I'll keep streaming since Japochi doesn't want to watch Queen's Gambit or doesn't his work. I totally understand. I was like, yeah, I don't know how I bought that from the grocery store. As long as I put it on there, and like you open it and it's just cigarettes. It's like it's just a box of cigarettes inside. It's like you thought it was macaroni, but it's just cigarettes. Anyway, let me come back. By the way, I love cigarettes. They're just great. Love them. Your boy's back. I got I got some ramen. I made some ramen for myself. What time there, Japochi? You can still pop in. How exciting! You can pop in. What was it? 3D animation done. The conversations I see moved on. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly eat this soup. I think you said 2 a.m. There's 5 p.m. US Central. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be starting tomorrow. I'm gonna start the stream at 5 p.m. US Central Time. If that's what you're talking about. Oh no, Mr. Foros, don't get back ready. You are eating. Bon appetit. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's the cheapest food available. It's the ramen noodle. I threw some butter in there. Prime entertainment. Watching me slowly eat a bowl of soup. I'm just nearby you, Slipknot. That ramen sounds so delish. This is like the most basic ramen you can possibly buy. This is like the stuff you buy at Walmart if you're like super poor. But it works. You know what I mean? It like fills you up kind of quick. I think every pet owner experienced a time when their pet's meals are more costly than their own. Yeah, I'm not doing this out of like poorness. Like I just kind of like I'm just like kind of lazy to like make another batch or whatever. I'm just like, this is a quick carb fill up. So, but yeah. These like ramen noodle packets, like each bag is like under $1. And my dog probably just ate, I don't know, like $6 worth of meat. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Definitely like we're off. And then he does that twice a day. Probably not $6, but actually she was lucky. She put her face next to the dog and she didn't give him time to get acquainted with her. Then the dog snapped at her face as a warning. Luckily she was unharmed. Those are low-key good. If you drop butter in there, yeah. Yeah, just make sure. I'm kind of lazy, but you can make this a lot better if you put like a little bit of effort into it. As long as you guys are eating good and every day having food and shelter is a blessing. That's true. That is true. Bouillon cube ramen. Like lazy days? Yeah. What's in your ramen? All I did was drop a little bit of butter in there. Yuri's such a guy. Shrimp with skin. I'm done for right now. Alrighty. I feel much better. That shows your love for the doggy. Well, yeah. Well, once I figured out the whole thing, I was like, oh. But yeah. I wish it wasn't expensive. A smaller dog right now would be nice. I'm not gonna lie. I make a creamy garlic ramen hack whenever get miso flavored Korean ramen noodles. I make creamy garlic ramen hack. Whenever I get miso flavored Korean ramen noodles. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes like the spices or whatever you drop in there kind of like transcends it to a whole different level. Cover baby boy's ears. Don't let him hear you say that. I don't think he knows how lucky he is. Like, you know what I need to do next time is I need to get snacks. I need to buy like a bag of peanuts or something to like graze on throughout the stream. That way I don't get into like that way I don't like hit a wall. However, those are hard to come by, or I need to make a special trip to a Korean grocery mart. I would love to have like an Asian or like I would love to have a like some kind of a store that's not like a run-of-the-mill Walmart or something to like go buy interesting things. We never get a break from like, like, I just want access to like weird foods. Not that Korean food is weird, you know what I mean. I saw a short YouTube episode where they rescued a dog from a Korean place. where they eat that type of dog. Thank you, Future Oil, for making that comment. Is that true? Are they eating dogs still, or I don't even know if that's. I thought it was China that ate dogs. Thank you for sprinkling controversy. I had a weird feeling that no, it's okay. It's okay. I was like, I just don't want to. I just don't want to be like. I don't want to do the whole they eat dogs thing because I'm like. Anyway, moving on. Try not to eat dogs. You know what I mean? They're cute. And I say that as I do consume cows and stuff like that, but it's different. They're not in my house. I had a weird feeling that so I'm not, I get it. I had that weird feeling that the owner of the grocery crew on the grocery nearby are hoarding them. Whenever they stock up on those precious noodles. Oh, you think the workers are like taking the stock to the side for themselves or something? I myself is an Asian, so we have specialty stores to cater food from other Asian countries. Yeah. Well, for me to go get like really like food I like actually want to pay money for, I'd have to go to Chicago. They have like European stores up there that they'll sell food from the old country, and yeah. Not saying it's just it's there's good food. I'm just saying that sometimes I'm just like, bro, I'm tired of eating like what Walmart thinks food is. What happened to your dried beef? Oh, Jipochi, that's actually a great idea. I need to go buy pork and use the air fryer to dry it out. Yeah, if I had a bowl of like dry strips of dried meat next to me, I could just stream forever. Basically, that's a good idea. Thank you. I need to go buy pork. Pork is actually relatively cheap. Today I'm getting string cheese, veggie sticks, salted seaweed. It's the dog festival in China. Nice. I find Thai food closer to Filipino food, but much spicier, I guess. Yeah. I just miss like eating those dumplings, not the Asian ones, but like the Eastern European ones with like the meat inside. I really want like dumplings in my life. I love the brick detail. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Good for him. I think some dogs are allergic to chicken, or some owner removed the skin and gave the pets the meat. Yeah. My sister-in-law brother is actually a muralist painter and has just finished painting a mural commissioned by the city. It took him 6 months. Yo, I hope he got paid good. Because if they didn't come through, that would be kind of a... He must be big time if the city is commissioning him. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be able to, like, I feel like I wouldn't be able to, like, I don't know how you paint something, like, large scale. Like, I understand that it's the same thing but larger, but, like, understanding how to scale something properly, I feel like there's, like, some science to it I don't, like, get. And I would not want to be responsible for surezies. For surezies, bro. That you have to know what's going on there, but... At one time, I was offered. Somebody wanted me to paint their kid's bedroom, and they wanted me to draw like the aliens from Alien all over the walls and things of that nature. And I was like, I was basically like, I just wasn't sure. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't know that that's gonna be, because I'm gonna be charging you real money, but I don't know how that's gonna go. You know. And I wasn't sure if it was going to end up being like one of those like infinity projects where it just won't end kind of thing. And, you know. I'd have to get acrylic paint, and I just didn't know enough about it. I was like, oof, I don't want to charge you money and then give you some poop work that looks kind of mediocre because I've never done, you know. Maybe I should have just done it. I don't know. Funny thing is that the city has two muralists. He is one of them. The other guy is kind of a weird character. Has some issues around alcohol with women. What the? I think you have to do a digital mock-up first, then have it approved so the scope won't get too big. Coolio, I think you're right. You have to do a mock-up first, then have it approved so the scope won't get too big. Yeah, it's a thing. It's actually on a long underpass near a bridge. You know what I think they should do? Check this out. Check this idea out, right? They're just throwing this out there. Let's say we do this. We have like concrete, like, so we have like industrial buildings, right? And we put these like kind of frames on buildings as an okay to muralify it for people who are like amateur artists, and they can just go and do it. So there's like these specific spots that artists can go and like put their paint on, whether it's canned or just acrylic paint, as a form of self-expression. But you know, but it's not like ugly. It's not like ugly wherever people just put it randomly. It's like in an organized fashion, and yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. I don't know. Like, imagine like a skate park, but for people who want to like spray paint, I guess. That would be cool. I know, right? I believe that's called graffiti. Right, but graffiti is on trains. It's on side of warehouses. Not a fan. I don't mind the artwork. I just don't like it. Just you know. Like, how much is a concrete pillar, cost? Like, what the? I think some cities would first do a financial study. You know how that goes. True. Yeah. Yeah. Twitch do be unhinged today, talking about anime, women and dogs. There's a skate park out there that lets you do that. It's neat. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. Like some kind of an approved area for self-expression or whatever. I don't even like using those words. I'm like, I don't know. Even that sounds a little too hippie for me, but you know. I'm with on graffitis. Most of the times they do look trashy. That's what I mean. Is like when you see graffiti, right? Let's be honest. Right? It's like you see a lot of it where the property values are like falling, dropping at a staggering rate. I'm just saying it needs to be like organized or something like that. I don't know. Like I said, I'd be all down to like go somewhere and go do that. It'd be really great to kind of have like a public display of like sort of unregulated art in an organized fashion kind of thing. Not on the side of a train. Not on a restaurant. I think that 1000. I think what 1000 on YouTube does is he draws random X and squiggly lines on the walls, takes a picture, overlays his draft digitally, then uses his X and stuff as guideposts for the main art rather than putting the guidelines. I wonder if you could like use like those laser levelers to kind of like take a like loose sketch of your image and kind of blow it up on the wall to kind of see what it looks like roughly speaking, like almost like a projector with your like sketch. That'd be kind of dope. I don't know. You could get like, you know what I mean, that way you're not putting anything anywhere. You're just like kind of getting a quick shot of like the overall scope. Yeah, like basically like a projector, yeah. Graffiti, yeah, would be the first indicator of a place you should exit. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting the camera is not automatically tracking my hand. I'm like off screening. I think that is doable. I don't. Electricity cost is not that high unless it's a very big wall. I don't think. But for graffiti, they wouldn't care as long as their gang signs are clearly written. They wouldn't care as long as their gang signs are clearly written. I like that the white blends into grayish blue. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of like the effect I wanted. Was that sense of and then I want a little bit of a warmer kind of a look to the light bulb. So I'm kind of going on the exterior with the yellow a little bit, and then hitting it with the brush, and then doing a little brushy brush, and then hitting it in the center with a white, and that kind of makes it look like an LED or something. Very effective effect for how easy it is to achieve. You know. Of course, it's starting to look a little bit worse because it's getting dark outside, so the room is not being flooded with light anymore. So it's kind of ruining a little. It's like the camera doesn't adjust as well without there being enough light. Still kind of got to work on that, on the smoothness in some places. Almost done. Nice. Water is not really my specialty as far as like rendering things out, so I'm just kind of like trying to roughly simulate, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to kind of be like, let's do, you know, trying to make it look something like water, but it's not particularly my strength, so I'm trying to like hold it in there. I see you drew my age on the wall there. 17. There's another 1 behind this pillar though. I don't know if you noticed that, but there's another 1 in front of that one. I find seafoam is a good indicator of water, that it is hard to pull off in a sketch. Seafoam. Is it a flooded room? Yeah, that's kind of like, I don't know. I've been thinking of a way to do a kind of like people standing in water, kind of a weird picture, and I decided to just kind of shoehorn it in here and see how it plays out. So that's why. But yeah, it's basically flooded. Like the bottom of the floor just has 4 inches of water or something like that. Not sure if the humanoid is perched on something or I guess it's sitting on the floor. Yeah. Yeah, he's just kind of like on something, but I just wanted, like a flooded room kind of, for extra fun, for extra credit. Okay, I really have to go now. This is beautiful. Bye, Yuri. See ya when I see ya. Thank you, Jen Jen. Future Oil also says bye, Jen Jen. Oh, Ulster XUA says, "Where are you from?" I'm from Illinois, United States, Illinois. I've actually been in a flooded room situation. Yeah, my basement. Remember that when my basement flooded? I told you guys about that story. Very uncomfortable to see your house taking in water. It's not a fun feeling. In my case, it was a room specifically built to train people in a flooding emergency. That's got to be fun. That's got to cause a little panic when you're not flooding like 4 inches, but you're actually maybe gonna drown. Oof, that'll get you excited. I just heard your name and got suspicious. Sorry for the interruption. Oh no, yeah, no problem. No, I'm originally from Belarus, but he's like, Yuri, what the? It's not an Illinoisian name. What the? That's not how you pronounce John. Greetings from Ukraine. Живые белорусы. Да, живые, да. Живем. I remembered what I have to ask earlier. Since you know RoboCop, have you also watched the 2014 RoboCop movie? What do you think of it? I thought it was okay. Like I said, next time that if you want to make a RoboCop movie, give me the money, and I'll make you a RoboCop movie. I promise it'll be better than that. I understand what to do. The only way to correctly remake RoboCop is in a retro-futuristic Detroit. It has to be retro-futuristically 80s. Similar suit. If changed, it changed very little. First half of the movie, he has an original suit. If you're going to put him in a different one, you explain why that happens. Why he changes the suit. Not in anything like what he had in that movie. Now, like I said, the 2014 movie was not a horrific movie. But I think we all understand that it didn't reach the same heights as the original one, and he needs to. Yeah, just give me the money. I'll do it right. I'll have the VCR computer. CRT screens everywhere with the retro tech, and the falling apart city I can do it. I swear to God, I can do it. But no, I thought it was okay. But yeah. The future generations might invent a different term for 80s retro similar to steampunk. Yeah, I just call it kind of like, well, whenever I refer to like the sort of the future, like where things are retro, I just call it the retro future. You know what I mean? You got like, it's like what we thought the 80s would be like, right? Obviously that didn't pan out, but that basically already exists. Cyberpunk, as derived from Blade Runner. Retro future. That's good. I think I've heard it before. Probably. I can't be the first one that came up with that, but I thought when I watched Blade Runner. To me, now I know Blade Runner was influenced by enemies of like sort of futuristic, like 80s kind of futuristic kind of stuff. But to me, like the original Blade, I think most people when they went in to see the original Blade Runner at that time did not see that movie as a retro. They thought like this is a futuristic movie, you know, not a retro futuristic movie, in my opinion. Obviously, like when we see like the new Alien films and they show you the spaceships that have CRT TVs in there and big glowy buttons and stuff like that, it's like you go, okay, that's retro. That's clearly like not how things are going to look in the future. There's not going to be like these weird cables and stuff because it was current for them, right? Cyberpunk is still a bit futuristic. Ahead of our time, like Tron or something. I would say if you're referring to Cyberpunk 2077, for instance, I think that's still supposed to be the future, even though it does have a lot of the conduit exposed wiring kind of stuff going on. Where like obviously, I feel like in the future things aren't going to have that. It's going to be you're not going to have augments with sort of wires sticking out, right? Like that game is still borrowing from that 80s era, I think, but So is RoboCop. I think you're right, RoboCop. But like I said, now if RoboCop, all I'm saying is now if RoboCop is to be remade, it needs to be put in that era technologically. You can spice it up and like make it cool and like put extra like technology and stuff like that. But it needs to kind of, you know, if they made RoboCop today again and he's like in a more futuristic suit and he can like run and like do super jumping kind of stuff, it's not. I don't think that would work, in my opinion. There's a term cybergoth, but it is more of a clothing edgy looks. I think you're right. Cybergoth. I'd say I would put Quake, like Quake 2, Quake 2, first Quake, into the cybergoth kind of aesthetic. Instead of the dark colors, it is neon and radioactive. Yeah. Predator has a funky cybergoth hair, by the way. Predator has funky cybergoth hair. I think that's true. I think I agree with that. Although, like, yeah, I think I agree with that. I think I agree. I'm still like always rooting for the alien though, if I'm being honest. If those two are fighting, I'm still on the alien side. Gary Zimmerman, are you getting different tones and hues from watercolors? Are you getting different tones and hues from watercolors? Now, I don't really use watercolors often enough to comment on it. Oh, First Transit, welcome, man. Thank you for the Yoshis. Yeah, I'm not really big into watercolor. I've tried it a couple times, and I realized there was a big uphill to like of learning to do, and I was kind of like, eh. I think like overall sometimes I look at these pieces that I do that are the larger ones and I still feel like I'm struggling a little bit to put the entire thing together. In a like somehow when I draw like my creatures isolated, they look a lot more. They look a lot more something. Something's like that I can't seem to carry over into the full size pieces. But I think I'll just take time, or maybe I'm just I don't know. It's like the mentality around rendering, I guess, or something. Something still needs to be improved, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Why they end up feeling like a little different, or a little bit like a little bit lamer in some ways. I can't quite hit the same notes when I draw just an isolated creature, kind of. So I don't know. take that down just a little bit. Oops, sorry, I got stopped in Wikipedia reading up Predator. Reading up on Predator. Nice. You were saying his hair looks cyber gothy. Fuchsia Oil says, just cleaned out the old dishwasher. Got a new one for my wife coming in tomorrow. No comment. Skipping that comment. I'm trying to remember the plot, but I was too young to remember it. For the Predator, I remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was trying to kill him. And something like that. It was something along those lines, but I'm no expert. I can't even remember if I watched Predator 2. I think Predator... Was the Predator 2 the one where they're in New York? I just noticed the title though. You art harder. You clicked on a stream without checking the title. What the... Nice. Japoshi, what time is it? It's got to be like 4 in the morning by now. We could have watched your movie or whatever you were talking about. Your something queen, something with a queen. How are you not sleeping right now, bro? The details regarding the conspiracy is something my young mind wouldn't be able to comprehend back then. The details regarding the conspiracy is something my young... Wait, what conspiracy? It's 1:13 a.m. Oh, so you're good. I'm doing work. I've been behind because I work slow. Queen's Gambit. Okay, yeah. All I know is there's a lot of killings. Yeah, that I haven't watched a Predator movie in quite a while, but yeah, that's I feel like that's true. Just know I'm gonna be sleeping on my desk tomorrow. Will be fun. Yeah. I feel you there. I just usually have insomnia problems, which, well, now that I'm gonna start streaming at 4 or 5 p.m., it's gonna be different because it's like I'm gonna have all day to sleep. Like, I don't have to be. I think there's a detail that movie made. Curious predators are hunting humans for sport. I think there's a detail that made curious predators are hunting humans. Well, I think the predators are. I think they're hunting everything for sport, right? That's their whole thing. Is that their honor system is tied to them going places and hunting everything. You might not even see me, lol. Gotcha. I understand. I guess it's kind of a cool concept to have an advanced civilization that sort of still has like hunting rituals and stuff like that. They're still on that kind of rocking that whole system. But then, who am I to understand how aliens' minds work? Like Hunger Games kind? Yeah. It's gonna be 2 a.m. when you're on Sage, but I hope it works out much better for you though. It's gonna be 2 a.m. when you're on Sage, but it works. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work out. I think I'm gonna lose a couple of viewers just because they're gonna be in a different time. It's not gonna work out time wise, but we'll kind of see what comes out of it. Just my opinion, but Predator came from romanticism tied to the Spartans. Oh, you might be right, because they did kill the Helots. Because they had, when you were to graduate into the Spartan class, your last challenge was to kill a Helot. That's sort of their people they had working for them, let's just put it that way. And if they were breaking curfew or something, they were supposed to take them out. I was going to disagree with you at first because Spartans were very part of a unit kind of a thing. Being part of a, I guess to me the Predators come off as sort of very individualistic. In the sense, like, they're all competing against each other for, like, greatness, for I had the best hunt kind of a thing, and yada yada. And they seem to be advanced enough to where they're not really warring with anyone. They're just, like, going where they want when they want to and killing who they want for sport. They're sort of beyond advanced, right? But I think you're right in the whole the Helot thing with the killing of their workers. or something like that. That could be true. But I guess to me, the predator was always more of like, I saw them more as like, I don't know how I would put them or categorize them if you were to compare them, because I almost saw them as more like Native American, because with the whole like being, I don't know, kind of like the bow thing and the hunt. I don't know. I guess I saw them not as a sort of a heavy infantry unit kind of a thing. It's more of a something else, I guess. But you're making a good point, maybe. But I don't know if I totally agree with the Spartan thing. Maybe. Have you watched the new one? No. Nah. I will, but I'm just whatever. I know I watched Aliens vs Predators, but I don't recall it. Yeah, the one where they're in the temple. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. That one was pretty good. We can watch it on Thursday once we acquire a digital copy. It says it's going to be released on the 30th. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I need a Netflix subscription to rewatch these. I have zero subscription. I try not to pay for anything anymore. If it's a monthly cost, I don't care. I'm like, nope. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of go darker with this stuff again. I'm going to go over and like clean this stuff up here, or try to, and then I'm going to hit it with a white again after I sharpen it, to kind of smooth all of this out, because right now to me that looks a little dirty. All of this looks a little bit dirty, and I kind of want to clean it up more. Like I kind of want it to look the same as this, like it's kind of like cleaner, you know what I mean. Planning the next watch along, are we? Yes, sir, we are. We can really do a watch along anytime. It's just sometimes, the only sub I got are Twitch subs. What the? Nice. I already ended my Duolingo subscription. What were you learning? What the? What language were you learning? Just out of curiosity. Japanese. Oh, nice. Did you know Tom Cruise was the last samurai? I know some Korean. Future Oil, if this is another of your jokes, just maybe hold it inside. I don't know if you're about to say something offensive again. Just kind of hold that inside for a second. My roomies in college were Korean? Oh, okay. Phew. Thought you were gonna... but when I lose my streak, the lessons got repetitive, so I tend to grow to hate it. When I lose my streak, their lessons gets repetitive, so I tend to grow to hate it. Enon Hasio. Hello? I'll remember that for when I go to Japan. Oh, did you say Korean? Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah, I forgot. Annyeong Haseo. I feel like I said it, but like not like less. I don't know. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna stop saying it because it's gonna. That's correct. I can't speak over this text. Kamsam Minda Yuri Opa. Ora? Do you mean Ora or Opa? Mm. When I visited Japan before COVID, some teenage girls are already into K-pop. So I hear Korean songs here there too. Hmm. I thought K-pop was from Japan. Oh no, that's Korean. I don't know, but interesting. I think the best watch-alongs are films with easy, minimal dialogue. I'll be honest. When we were watching Fallout, we talked through half of it. We did. There was a lot of talking, which I didn't mind because it was fine. Just there was a lot of. We did more. We did more talking than we did watching. I'm really liking how this is kind of coming out here. I was quite happy that some songs in my Japanese playlist were being played in 7-Eleven. Nice. I visited Japan, what the? Oh, visited Japan, what the? These things are one that makes the humanoids? Are these things the ones, or they sell, or they serve a different purpose? Yeah, I was thinking those are like the head. Those were like the heads or something, or part of the system. Uh, Maybe it drops the goop in the water. You know what I mean, for cooling. Drops the goop in the water as it 3D prints it. Yeah, just different heads for different sections, and I don't know, something like that. Yeah, basically that's like the that was the idea. I think if I ever went to Japan, I'd want to go to those. You know how they have those tiny, like, little bars for like 4 people almost, and then eat some sushi, drink some sake. That's all I want. Is like that experience. Maybe see some of their like little villages and stuff, and head on back. But in college, I stayed in dorms for first 2 years, so I met people from Korea, France, Germany, Iran. Nice. Resin 3D printer does a similar thing. Yeah. How does a resin? Yeah, they have like the goop. I don't. I know it's like similar. Yeah. Count me in. Yeah, we'll go to Japan. We just both need to work for another 10 years, and we'll head on over. But I'd love eat some legit ramen and drink Japanese sake. Yeah, the real stuff. But yeah. I just want the authentic bar experience. That whole like charming kind of hole in the wall kind of thing. Oh, I think that'd be pretty cool. You know what I mean? Ooh, Jipochi, maybe we can find Peaceful Days, or what was that movie we watched? The Most Peaceful Days. What was it? What was the name of that movie? Perfect Days. Maybe that's where they are. I don't know. I'd love to eat some legit ramen and drink. Yeah, I read that. Nice. Maybe we're just looking for the perfect days in the wrong country. I'd also love to try that ramen where you don't need to speak to order. Just check what you want in your ramen, and they'll serve it to you. Perfect Days, yeah. Yeah, we should, maybe we'll find him. Maybe he's still out there living his perfect life. We better check out that public toilet that blocks the glass from outside when you lock it. Yeah, not a fan of that. Not a fan of those. We clean toilets too. Yeah, sure. The basic, I mean, that's part of it, right? The basic premise is an LED screen protects UV light from the shade in a resin goop. Then it solidifies layer by layer until it shapes the 3D object. Yeah, bro, that's a good idea. I didn't even think about all that, but now that you said it, that I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's what I thought too. I'm gonna jump in on that idea for sure. I was so extroverted back in college. Now I just want to stay at home. So in your art, it births the creature, then dumps it in the water, I guess? Well, it births the creature inside the water, yeah, like it 3D prints it, like the resin. And then, like, it gets pulled out once it, you know what I mean? Once it starts coming alive, they pull it out. But this is all over. This is a non-functional state, you know what I mean? It's just frozen in time. But the ones that were 3D printed and stayed alive, they're still out there trying to rebuild. January 1st is on Thursday. Should have been a Friday. Dang. Do you have any plans for New Year's? You know I don't. I mean, I don't trust it as well because it runs on electricity. What if there was a block out there? We're pooping? What if there was a block out there? Oh, blackout. And we're pooping. Well, hopefully not like together, but that would be quite embarrassing. I think that the shade turns. I don't think it's the electricity that maintains the off switch. I think it's like once it switches, it can't switch back without electricity, if that makes sense. I would hope to dear God that's how that works. That would be my assumption, but I obviously don't know. Not gonna say how old I'm gonna be. My B-day is coming up here. So I'll set up a PO box for you guys to send gifts. Alrighty. Assuming you are US based, it might be costly for us to send you stuff, sadly. I thought we established that it was 117 years. No need for gifts. Yeah, I was gonna ship a painting to South Dakota. It cost a lot for a small package to get there. So the other thing is that the grumpy old guy even gave me a $5 coupon. I was like, oh, so he didn't hate you. Maybe we don't jump to conclusions next time. I think if a box is too large, they will hold it for you until you pick it up. I've heard some people got their stickers and other stuff confiscated for lack of import duties. Not sure why, but perhaps because they didn't declare it because it was a gift. I think it was given a $10 tag. Then the importers could take a dime or $10 and it should get through. Really silly. That's the world being how it is always is silly. Been watching for a while now, by the way. Peace is looking great. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo. Thank you. Sometimes like I spend a lot of time on a single area, and then when I move to a new area, it's kind of like it looks crappier, and I think it's because sometimes I forget how much time I spent on this original tiny like piece down here, and then you know you want to like move into the new territory, but it's like much harder. Takes a lot of time. Yeah, it takes a lot of time to kind of make everything the same kind of quality. I hope it kind of shines through in the final. I hope I'm not like just wasting my time in it. Sometimes you finish a big piece and like you put it in the scanner, you scan it, you put it in your program to kind of like touch up the contrast, and it's just like, bro, how is this 40 hours? You know what I mean? So hopefully this kind of shines through, but I'm gonna turn up. It looks bright. I'm gonna turn up the U.S. tariffs issue affected most of the people in the toy groups I'm in. Issue affected most of the people in the toy groups I'm in. Yeah, Yep. I heard also like drones and stuff, like a lot of parts. It's really had some unfortunate consequences. Let me turn up my furnace a little bit. It's getting kind of chilly in here. It's a little chilly in here. Booking a flight to Japan tomorrow. Nice. Still haven't tried sake yet. I did try it one time, and it's like I said, you got to be in the right place at the right time to taste it or something, because I did not enjoy it. But I wasn't in the right country. I wasn't in the right mood. You know what I mean? You need the little shrimp with the rice and like the whole, what's it called? The sushi. You need like sushi. You need to be in Japan. Then I would enjoy it. But they have beer over there in Japan, right? Because like I'm more of a beer guy myself. I just like to nurse a beer. Booking a flight to Japan. Nice. I'll see you guys there. All right. So what did you get for Xmas? Actually, that's actually a really good question. Why didn't I get a Christmas bonus from work? I'm gonna take that up with my employer. At first, I didn't expect much from this pick, but it's really darn good now. Oh, thank you, man. I'm trying to. We'll get it there. Still got a little bit. It's still got some refinement to go before it gets to that point where I feel like it can be. You know what I mean? Gonna be heading to bed. Got 4 hours to sleep. You guys have a great time. See you around. Thank you, Japochi. Thank you. Fly to Japan. You guys shouldn't have. I remember getting a cheeseburger sushi. That sounds pretty good. I'm allergic to fish, so being in Japan allowed me to find all kinds of odd dishes that people would think of outside of Japan. Yeah, seems like I would like to travel there. You know what I mean? It's like one of those countries that you should go to probably once, or something. I probably enjoy it. I'm actually not allergic to fish at all. I would eat all the fish there. Let me give this a sharpener. Let's see. Here we are. What the? My very Japanese knife for sharpening things got like a cool little symbol on there. You can barely see it, but anyway. I don't think I've ever been allergic to anything. I got really lucky that way. I can consume and touch anything without any effects, really. The Great Japanese Forest Fish Shortage of 2026. I'm sure they have enough for me before they run out of fish. I heard it's common to eat, not eat, but consume. I don't know if this is true. This is like soft knowledge. Somebody told me, but I heard it's pretty common to take anti-pesticide medicine in Japan because they eat so much raw fish that they get the old. It's pretty common to have that. I don't know if that's true. That's like one of those my buddies told me things, so I don't know. I had applied for a university that has a Japan campus. I got rejected. Almost hitting 40, so maybe bachelors can wait longer. Yeah. Thinking of doing a language study program in Japan, but I'm also mulling in Germany. By family. Korea or Taiwan, maybe Vietnam, unsure. Interesting. I was joking with my niece who has allergies that allergic people is a result of natural selection. Allergic people are a result of natural selection. Aren't I thought all of our traits were a result of natural? So I thought like that's what it all was. Wait, is that not how it works? Wait, hold on. I was joking with my niece who has allergies that allergic people is a result of natural selection. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like people who have allergies, I just assumed they weren't exposed. They were like less exposed to something or something over the ages, so they're not as adapted. Or that's the old like soft knowledge that I have towards that. I don't know. I just assumed if your ancestor ate a lot of something, you can kind of handle it better. I don't know. If there's a food on YouTube, American who eats everything in Japan, he's in his 60s. Iron stomach. Yeah, I can pretty much eat anything, and a lot of it. Carolina says, Japan is great to visit. Nice. Yeah, it would be great to visit. I'm kind of too Americanized to move to a foreign country, to be honest. I'm more of a... Like, I've already, like... I'm kind of like... I've been here so long that I'm... You know... I know what I know, but I would like to visit. And honestly, I'm not very adventurous. I'm more Hobbit-like. They also have the best meat. Kobe beef is outstanding. Oh yeah, I heard about the Kobe beef. They like pet their cows and stuff, so like they give them like grooming and stuff, so their meat is extra good and stuff. They don't let their cows experience stress, so their meat is extra tender or something like that. Oh wait, and I'm sure they feed them good stuff too. Yeah, that is the other way around. I was saying the natural selection will be coming for people with allergies, I mean. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe don't tell your niece that. I don't know. It's just a joke. Well, I wonder. It's like, you know, the old. You guys know how. You guys know how like people in the. And I don't know if this is true. We don't really know if this is true. But you know how people used to like allegedly not have peanut allergies, and now everyone's like coughing and they all have peanut allergies. I do wonder. It's like, is that an environment? Like, did something change in the environment that made people kind of like be more sickly? Because, like, how are they, you know what I mean? I remember when I was a kid in Belarus, we never heard of anyone that had an allergy to peanuts. You didn't hear about anything like that ever. You know, I think it's just, like, more modernization, I don't know, chemicals, I don't know. I kind of suspect that there's, like, a little bit of both interplay there. It's not just, like, your ancestors didn't eat peanuts, so you're, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I'm telling you, peanut allergies do not exist in Belarus. Nobody has that there. Okay. Well, natural selection selects traits over time. Allergic people would have to find different ways to eat than the norm. There's a randomness to our traits such that maybe eating too much fish could cause allergic offspring. Mostly fish eating offspring. Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. Our medical practice has already improved to prevent or cure common diseases. Nice. Yeah. Because today we have access to so much information and stories. With humans, we also have traits of intelligence. Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's true. Adaptability, social cohesion. So allergies probably always were a thing, but they died off earlier. You're saying people because survivability has gone up, like because overall survivability of humans has gone up, and less people are dying. Like I want to give you an example that's a little grimdark, but like not that long ago, like in England, for instance, like in the 1800s, if a baby was given to a, like if it was, that it lost its parents and it was given to a home, they didn't expect it to survive. They didn't have enough food to like feed and like clothe, not clothe them. They basically like if it was an orphan baby, like today it would for sure live. Back then they were like, yeah, we're just gonna put it over here. We don't have enough food, like, and that wasn't that long ago. So are you saying like just because like overall people are just surviving more, they have more problems because survivability has gone up, kind of thing? Also, concept of germs wasn't a thing back then. Nice. Intelligence in the abstract. There's lots of examples to the contrary. Nice. Yeah. True. I had it once. It was an honor, and I was invited for dinner. Says Carolina. Oh, the Kobe beef. Yes. That would be nice. I don't want to be invited for Kobe beef. What the? I'm over here sitting eating bowls of ramen noodles and like 3-day-old coffee. I'm getting jealous. And here I'm eating fake processed fake processed dinners. Yeah, literally opened a Nutri-Pack and just hoofed it down for some carb loading. It's weird how like when you get older though, when you eat crappy food, you feel it right away. Like I can't think as fast. Like if I eat too many ramen noodles in a row, can't think quite as well. You know what I mean? You don't bounce back as fast in your 30s. Maybe get some noodles, some slices of roast beef, and egg. I did drop a little bit of I did drop some butter in there. I was just being lazy. I was still streaming, so I didn't want to take forever making a soup. You know what I mean? I wasn't like in the mood to like sit here and cook up a meal because I was like I just needed some kind of sustenance to keep streaming. Attempt to cook a Japanese style ramen noodles. Yeah, that would be nice. I actually skipped a meal today because I was eating a lot these past few days during the holidays. Nice. Maybe not the processing that gets us, but the blandness. Even with the powder, mass-produced ramen isn't a long-term food choice for me. Yeah, no. Yeah, they're just like they're good, like to hoof down, to kind of keep it going. But yeah, I wouldn't rely on the ramen. You're for sure gonna feel your bones getting more brittle if you do that a little too often. There are still a lot of food in the fridge, but I don't feel like eating. I worked for one company where they would always like give us like they would have like refrigerators stocked with like just all kinds of really expensive food. Like I'm not even kidding. They would always have like fresh fruit, like thinly sliced like meats. Like there was like 3 different meats on like this round thing you could take out and eat. There would always be like 4 things like that. You could come in every morning and eat for free, and I took advantage of that. I'm like, this is poor future's message got missed. What did I miss? Please don't say 30 is old. I've been professional athlete, still competing into early 40s though. I've seen professional athletes competing into early 40s. I just feel like 30s is where you start to feel the difference. You know what I mean? It's like I get what you're saying. If you just can't be a sloppy. Like I swear to God, I used to eat like just boxes of, you know, those Rice Krispie treats. I would just eat that like for every meal for like a month, and I felt fine. Now if I eat a little too much sugar, I'm all itchy. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you start to just fall apart. Ramen is considered junk food in Japan because it contains a lot of stuff that you can't consume repeatedly on consecutive days. True. I agree with that sentiment. The days of youthful recklessness? Yeah. It's like I could not even sleep back then. Now if I don't catch that extra hour of sleep, I'm like wrecked all day. You know? And it gets worse from there. It just gets worse. I hear. Ramen is also kind of a poor people food, I believe. However, true. Due to foreign interest, it's likely that there was renaissance of making healthier ramen. That's probably true. Yeah. When I was a teenager, some of my friends would hook themselves up to a battery just to see who could last the longest. Now 20, 30 years old, I would never do that. Yeah, I would probably don't. A cup of noodles. I think the other thing is that if you're, I know that, well, you know, Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how they did that because a car battery, I don't think there does it have enough. It's a 12-volt battery, right? A car battery. You'd have to work kind of hard to, because I've had like motorcycle batteries where I touched both terminals at the same time, and there was too much resistance for it to go through my fingers from one end to the other. What were they doing? I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, don't do that, because if you're using both arms and that electricity goes through your heart, it doesn't take a lot of amperage to kill you. Just be kind of careful with hooking yourself up to batteries. But cup of noodles ramen is definitely a suspect compared to restaurant ramen. Oh yeah, I bought the cheapest stuff too. Like the stuff I'm eating is for sure the stuff that's is not good for you. I mean, in Japan, ramen has slices of meat, egg, flavorful broth, etc. Not referring to instant noodles. Yeah. Would you use wires? Nice. Let's do something stupid every teenager. Yeah. No, I never hooked myself up to batteries. I'm good off of that. Mm-hmm. Instant noodles have a lot of MSG. I know people that got urinary tract infection by consuming too many noodles. Alright. Oof. Most just surprised me. My brothers lived to adulthood. Kula, it was a car battery. That is something a Beavis and Butthead fan would do. Oh my god, how come you guys are still alive? You are the type of guys that will insert forks into outlets just to see what happens. I would, yeah, avoid those activities, guys. Try to contain the excitement. CDs are fun to put into microwaves. We did a lot of stuff. We were rascals. We did do a lot of stuff. We were rascals. Yeah. I can honestly say I've never had those sort of intrusive, those kind of intrusive thoughts happen to me. Maybe I was just in the wrong. I was brought up in the wrong family where that was a thing, but to me, I was always like, I had like the self-preservation gene kind of thing, oh, in Japan, they use metal foil lids for their cups of ramen. Don't put those into the microwave. Oh, yeah. I've had something like that happen too, where I thought I put something in the microwave where I thought it was totally fine. It was like something like that where it was like some kind of a can, but inside of it was like coated with something aluminum. I've had that happen to me. We visited my grandma back in the 80s in Mexico. One funny story, my younger brother rode a pig and was knocked off in about 5 seconds. Yeah, they don't like that. Curiosity killed a cat, satisfaction brought it back. I actually did a painting of this memory. Me to an office mate. What are you doing? Cooking eggs in a microwave? Wait, explosion sounds inside a microwave. Oops, too late. I had something similar happen, but okay. So I was putting eggs into my cups of ramen. It was like the actual cups you buy. It has like the stuff in there already. You just add water. So I was putting eggs in there, but I didn't mix the egg one time, and so the egg like exploded. I think because I did it before, but I think what I was doing before is I mixed it enough, like I broke it down, but this time I didn't do that. So like the microwave door actually came open. I thought like a grenade went off back there, but you can make eggs in a microwave, just don't go past 35 or 40 seconds. Yeah, or just crush it up so it doesn't have like that core to like blow up. You spent the next 10 minutes clearing the stuff inside it. My office mate put a whole uncracked egg, my dudes. Lesson learned, I guess. Yeah. Carolina on YouTube says that is not true. That it get worse when you get older. The older you get, the less sleep you need, and some people wonder why they can't sleep, but that is because they don't need that much as they were young. I don't know. I feel like I slept a lot less, and now I sleep a lot more. Like, I'm sleeping more. You know, sometimes I'll do like a tight 6 hours and feel fine, but most of the time, like, I would bounce back after not sleeping before, you know? I would, like, kind of just bounce back throughout the day and not feel it, but now I'm just like, if I don't get enough sleep, I'm just kind of wrecked, and the feeling doesn't, like, go away. I just feel horrific the entire day for the rest of the day. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm low on some nutrient or something. Maybe I need magnesium, I don't know, but... But I've heard of that too, that people like sleep less when they get older, but seems like it's the opposite for me. Need a machine to reverse aging? That'd be nice, yeah. Guys, Mr. Foros is a dog owner. If he is taking the dog out for a walk, the dog gets tired, but he does too. True. Working through high school, military, college, architecture wrecked my sleeping habits. Oh, hey, military, I was Navy. Uh-oh, we got 2 Navy guys in here. Navy, what the? Which country? Now I paint with oil paints, really classified stuff. I was surface ship sonar tech looking for subs. Maybe you guys saw each other and didn't know. You know? We found all the surface ships first. They just high-fived. First time chat. Butheox. Were you never part of a group sale? I drew this and then took a picture and made it into an emote. Nice, man. Hi, Foro was very nice perspective in this piece. Sorry, my first chat wasn't to you. That was rude. Oh, no, you're good, man. I'm just listening. I'm just seeing where this Navy talk is gonna go. I was just anticipating it. I'm like, the existence of IUSF has been declassified since the 90s. Can't say much. I was sworn to secrecy. Nice. You gotta hit him with the it's a top secret. You gotta hit him with it. Can't say much. I would assume it with like U-boats, like the underwater boats. I assume there is like kind of a stuff you can't say. You know what I mean? That's kind of like a, what do you call it? Part of the, I don't know. Like it's super special. You know what I mean? It's like, to draw some of that gunk inside of the tubes. The 3D printing people material. I was an MC, so it would be fun if I could pop in with a photo of your units meeting each other. He could tell us, but then he would have to Minecraft us. On the platform I'm not allowed to talk about, here's to growth and good vibes. Hope your stream is awesome. Thank you, Christina Live. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You were an MC Master Chief, like from Halo? What the? Nice. Man, you guys got all these accomplishments. MC Mass Communication Specialist, Photographer, or Public Image Guy. Mass Communication Specialist. Nice. This is intriguing. There's like 3 military people. All Navy. I couldn't have done the Navy. I'm not a strong swimmer, guys. I can't do that one. Can't do that one. And it's the water is cold too out there. Can't do it. I never swam. Quick story, I once almost accidentally knocked out a camera guy filming us though. Neither of the people in the Navy, neither are most of the people in the Navy, don't worry. We did have a swim call once, but my arm was busted so they wouldn't let me jump in. Navy, never again volunteer yourself. Paperclip, people against people, ever realistic, civilian life is preferred. What inspired this piece? I'm trying to think back to what I was originally thinking. Originally, I was kind of going to go with sort of a Children of Adam. I was gonna do more of a same concept, but post-apocalyptic people living in a nuclear reactor type of deal, then I was like, no, we'll do like 3D printing. I just, I don't know. There wasn't like initially there wasn't like a core sort of idea. I just wanted like this sort of high FOV perspective. I wanted to execute a high, like this kind of perspective. And then I conjured up a story around that with the 3D printing of of synthetic people who are now surviving in the post-apocalypse. But initially, it kind of started out as like more of a. I was like, I know nothing about nuclear reactors, obviously, but I was like, I was gonna go with that. But then I just thought it was more compelling if it was a sort of a factory, where only they survive because they're synthetic or whatever. So it's like post-human synthetic society, and they're just like scavenging for rats or whatever. The general gives an order. Soldier says, yes, sir. Marine says, sir, yes, sir. Sailor says, why, sir? Interesting. I'm really enjoying the depth of field and ultra bright light from above. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I think this is by far my most successful FOV attempt. By the way, thank you for the 30 bits. It says the emote was 30 bits. I appreciate that. I didn't realize that's what happened. I didn't realize that they gave me bits. I appreciate that. My desktop has been slowing down, so I switched to my laptop. I'm restarting the desktop. Nice. Yeah, I think like if you move the perspective lines closer together, you get like a much more FOV feel, and it still works here. Even though it's a vertical picture, you can still see a lot because of how close the perspective lines are. It's a little bit of an extreme look, but it works because it's like it kind of gives you the full. You get to see a lot. Carolina says, make sure you eat those eggs. They make your brain work faster. True, yeah. I heard the egg is like one of the only things that has absolutely everything you need. Like if you had to survive off of just one thing, eggs is the way to go. It has like technically everything you need. My personal experience, it is. Carolina says it is secret. Carolina, I think your chat was coming in late because I think 3 of your comments popped up at the same time. It's sort of like not updating chat very efficiently. I don't know if is it because I've been streaming for too long and it's like glitching out or something. I don't know. It's acting a little weird. The chat sometimes acts a little weird. Sometimes it doesn't update and then it updates like 3 things at the same time. Is this a standard piece or concept? Do something larger? I typically work on a 9x12. I typically do a 9x12. It's a good amount of room, and I get to put a lot of detail in it, but it's not so large that it takes like weeks. I can kind of do like 4 days and kind of get a piece out. So that's kind of what I aim for, is like 4 streams, 4 or 5 streams, get a piece out kind of thing. Subs are secret, sorry, it's a delay. Carolina says subs are indeed secret. A lot of shrouded secrecy. I believe it. I mean, it seems like it's part of the, you know what I mean? The important stuff. But not part of book, video, etc. Oh, is this a standalone? Sorry, I didn't read your comment carefully. Is this a standalone piece or concept? Do something? No, yeah, it's just a standalone piece. Yeah, I just kind of think I'm just a drawing enjoyer. I don't particularly aim to make money off of this, unless I do like a commission for someone I like. But most of the time, I just kind of think of a new concept every time, and I just roll with it. Like, well, actually, this one in particular, because I titled it Feral. This could go in the same world as the first Feral picture, and it had like these humans inside of a pipe. Just kind of like I wanted to draw like feral human beings like eating rats, and this could be connected to that. It's so evocative. Thank you. What I thought you liked all of us. Did I say that I didn't like someone? I don't remember saying that I didn't like someone. Do you guys think? Do you guys think if we ever get spaceships, like in like in movies, is that going to be a Navy? Are the ranks going to be Navy ranks? Like, is it going to be like Master Chief, like from Halo, or is it going to be like Space Force, like completely separated from that whole thing? Future Oil says Navy ranks. It would make sense logically, right? That it would be structured like the Navy. There was a really fun book called Blind Man's Bluff that talked about American espionage from the perspective of submarine usage and also the precursor to IUSS, which was SOSUS, an underwater sensor network that has detected explosions over 300 kilometers miles away. Unfortunately, the Space Force has already dropped that ball. Like Star Trek is all Navy ranks. I'm going off of Halo, you know what I mean? Like Halo had like the Navy ranks in there. It seemed like. I don't know, the space stuff was traditionally under Air Force until recently. Yeah, it'd be Air Force or... Sounds so sus. Spaceship is in the terms clearly a Navy force. Spaceship is in the terms clearly Navy force. That's true. That's a good point. One benefit about having lived in a sub, you never really want to see a sub movie. Do the memories come flooding in? Thank you for the follow. Yeah. So sounds so sus, but it actually is how the acronym is pronounced. But the Space Force is not about sending people up yet. It's about cybersecurity and protecting satellites. Nice. Yeah, it sounds like we're pretty far from having like ships with laser cannons on it. We're not there yet. I want Space Marines, like from Space Marines from space above and beyond 1995. Yeah. Yeah. When I see a sub movie and knowing how it really was, it just looks fake to me. True. I'm on mobile, so if I'm missing a fact, tell me to go to do my own research. But how long have you been streaming? I'm about a year and a half, something like that. Something kind of in that range. I think U.S. astronauts are still Air Force personnel. Interesting. Legally, it has to have inaccuracies. That's a good point. That is a very good point. I like Battleship 2012, even if it has some ridiculous moments. I love the rampage scene. Submarines and spaceships are usually location for Among Us game scenario. I like that. The closest I've gotten to a submarine is, remember that, you guys remember that level in Call of Duty 3 where you're in New York and there's that Russian sub you gotta go take out before it fires their rockets? That's the closest I've gotten to that. That's okay, I still don't see myself watching. Yeah, I wouldn't know my left hand from right when it comes to, I have no idea how any of that works. Only sub movie I enjoy watching is World War II movie called Das Boot. So you do like sub movies? There was a fun movie called Bedford Incident, where the surface ship is tracking a Russian Soviet submarine that was carrying a nuclear torpedo payload down Periscope. It's the only one. Nice. I think that looks like gunk inside of a tube, right? Like some old gunk through a visible tube. Graphite just had to wait and it was revealed. I see. This is what I love about drawing is how limitless it is. You know what I mean? You can just like make up anything, and you know, if you have the skill and stuff, and yeah, I went to McDonald's the other day and I got one of them ice cream cones they got, and it was actually, I'm embarrassed to say, but it was actually kind of fire. You want to see some scary clogged pipes? Look up arteries clogged by cholesterol. Scary stuff. True, yeah. I mean, unless it's action, I imagine most of the submarine life would be boring like many other aspects of warfare. It's more exciting to show immediate conflict like D-Day than the transit from Florida to Europe or San Diego to Asia. Yeah, that's true. I remember someone made like a really good point about like medieval armor. It was something along the lines of somebody asking like why doesn't like their shoulder pads have like spikes, and you know why doesn't the helmet have spikes on it or whatever. It's like, and the guy was like, well, you're gonna be mostly carrying that stuff around, right? Like all that extra weight is not good for you. Because 99.9% of what you're doing is just, you know, carrying heavy stuff around. When I got out of the Navy, I signed up for the local, why do they call it, reserve? But man, it was so boring I could not handle it. They don't allow smoking on board submarines anymore, I believe, so I'm glad to have been on surface ships. What about dipping on submarines? Probably dip. Carrier life. Is Carrier, is that the one with the airplanes on top? Dipping might get you in trouble given that you'd have to clean up the mess somehow. Not sure though. Oh, well, I imagine you'd like carry a little bottle, right? A spittoon or whatever. I understand like why you wouldn't want cigarette smoke. Because there's probably like like very I would imagine, I have no idea. I would imagine it would have very sensitive alarms on the U-boat to, in case any kind of wire got crossed and started smoking, and they don't want extra smoke on board. That would be why I would assume like an underwater boat would not want smoke in there. They smoked on subs and dipped when I was there. Nice, the good old days. It is hearsay that submarines were going to not smoking. However, they have always done it in the past, so they may have reversed it. Not sure. Yeah. I'm surprised that it has like the filtration system on board to like, you know what I mean? Like I'm sure it has like advanced sort of filtration systems on there, but like I would think that they would like not want extra like, I don't know, build up of like what do you call it, like elements, you know? Because if you got a smoker that's smoking like a pack a day, that's gonna like build up over the course of like a couple months, I would assume. There's Smarter Every Day on YouTube. He has pretty good stories on nuclear submarine stuff. Nice. I feel like I feel like I've heard of that channel, Smarter Every Day. And I had a very exciting transit between San Diego and Hawaii involving dip bottles that people dumped in the trash so everything can be interesting given the right lens. Yeah. If you ever want to see something extremely gross, check out a dip bottle collection. They let's just say smoking was only allowed for a certain time during a certain operation. Gotcha. I smoked inside a ship once since the towed sonar room had a decent sized hatch that blows out the air. Wouldn't want to get away with it all the time, but it was neat that I managed to do it. Nice. I saw myself for 2 seconds in an old Swedish submarine movie on YouTube. I will see if I can find it back and post it in Discord. What? Okay, for those who don't know, Carolina used to work on submarines, like designing them, like building them. So you're saying is it a movie like a documentary movie, or you're saying it's a like a movie? You were in a movie? I saw myself for 2 seconds in an old Swedish submarine movie on YouTube. I will see if I can find it back on and posted it. I want to see this. I need to see this. How did we run into so many submarine? Well, I guess there's two. Let me first time chatter. Let me get to. I just want to get through this question or this comment. I worked in waste processing on night shift for a couple of months. At one night, the guys on shift didn't sort out plastics like they were supposed to. We melted all the plastics down into little pucks using a machine that was essentially glorified industrial waffle iron. The dip bottles burst and everything inside coagulated into stalactites in the machine wiring. Nice. Sounds like it was fun to clean up. So, I mean, that water that was inside, so you're saying it was, we're supposed to melted all the plastic into little pucks, So if there was water, that would be like scalding hot, right? New guy here. Hello. Hey, Bali Rune. Hey, man. How's it going? I'm guessing that was when you were cranking BU. When you were cranking BU, indeed. Okay. I don't know what those things are. It's an old documentary of old subs. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I'll check that out for sure. I'm super curious. The only historical reference to me is like my YouTube channel and me twitching constantly on Twitch. Cranking is when you work as a food service attendant. One of the duties of an FSA is trash room. That sounds exciting. Yeah, the waffle iron seems interesting. It seems like that I wouldn't want to smell that melting plastic, but yeah. Biao is a name. Cranking is a term meaning doing grunt work outside your normal duties. Nice. There was the pulper where our food and paper waste would get pulped and bumped into the ocean. It just gets bumped into the ocean? Wait, what? There was a pulper where our food and paper waste would get pumped and dumped into the ocean? I thought they would like collect the waste and like drop it off at the next station. But you're saying it's just food, so that kind of feeds the fishes a little bit, right? I don't know. That's everything but plastic? Nice. Oh, alright. We used to smoke in the tower as soon as we got to the surface. We used to smoke in the tower as soon as we got to the surface? Oh, nice. Giant blender. The 2008 Super Bowl where the Cardinals should have won. We got those pizza pox that were delicious. However, for midnight rations, mid rats, they kept reheating them again and again. Sorry, we turned your chat into a vat meetup. No, it's It's super interesting. When the Super Bowl pizzas were black from overheating, the engine man that fixed the pulper threw his into metal bins so that it wouldn't break the pulper. I luckily avoided the pulper and ran the incendiary like my life depended on it to stay away from the stench. Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine the stench. When the ship is in international waters, we do tend to dump everything overboard except plastics. That includes human waste from the toilets. We could pulp food, paper, shred metals. If the metal shredder worked, we would just throw it overboard. Right. However, we also would do night ops where we would throw plastic overboard when no one could see us. So basically everything went overboard, more or less. It's not a crime if no one catches you doing it. I never did it, no proof. I believe you. Please note that this is the surface Navy we're talking about, not the subs. I'll keep that in mind. Contributing to the giant trash island in the ocean. I mean, we could start a new country out there. If we can stand on it, we can make it a new. You know what I mean? If it's stable enough, we could just start a new colony out there. With submarines, they can't open the hatch and dump stuff low. True, that's a good point. They would though. If that was an option, I'm sure they would. Pretty sure there's bacteria eating the ocean plastic, so we're feeding them. I thought that plastic. I thought there wasn't any type of bacteria that could eat ocean plastic, or not ocean, just plastic in general is like not. It can't disintegrate from being like wood and stuff like that. Like that will eventually just be eaten by germs and stuff. The directional lighting on some of these scrolling examples is stunning. Oh, thank you, man. It breaks down from UV damage and just gets smaller until fish or something else eats it. I think we're working on engineering a bacteria that can eat plastic, but it's not a natural one, and certainly not in the ocean. Can you imagine the consequences if we invent like a bacteria that eats plastic and that gets out of control? Just imagine like everything you have that's plastic just starts disintegrating slowly. Do you start with tone paper, or is this all built up graphite? I start with tone paper. I have done ones from white paper and just build up the entire thing. But I prefer to work on tone paper. After like years of experimentation, I've found that this is like my favorite method of working from the middle out instead of building the entire thing up. Works for me. I feel like it helps me like imagine. Like it helps me see the imagination a little bit more clearly, so I like to do it like this with the tone paper. I kind of want to put another like giant hole there for ventilation or something, like some kind of another, not a fan, but some kind of something there. Kind of sell that there's like these really big ventilation systems. Well, it wouldn't be ideal to eat it because of its polymers, essentially long carbon chains that repeat again and again. If bacteria can process it like starch, polymers of sugar, then something should evolve to eat it over time. Okay. I agree, it works as a guard against muddying your darks. And I found that once I sort of realized the magic of chalky pencils, like this white chalky pencil, you can basically have so much room to maneuver as far as like bringing things back to being like this cool blue and then adding more to it. And I don't know, it's just I just really like this paper in combination with like the sort of the chalkier pencils. It just kind of like opens up a whole new frontier, I think, with options. But yeah, I don't mind drawing on white paper. I can do it, but it does seem like it's I don't know. I just always feel at home with a tone paper. I'm not gonna add too much detail to this. I want this to be a little bit undefined. The contrast with a very soft pause at the top of the page and the crisp tonal shift to the lower wall edge shows off your skill. Yeah, I was trying to sort of play around with like doing that sort of kind of like atmospheric kind of just adding atmosphere with the white and trying to keep track of that. It's hard and monotonous to kind of like maintain everything because sometimes you got to go back and kind of like numb it back down and bring it back, and you know, it really helps to have this digital screen here. Like because it's so much higher contrast, it's actually easier to see where things are going off the rails Actually, kind of helps me see things a little bit more objectively over there on the digital screen. Which is what you're seeing on your end, basically. I recall visiting my brother, who was also in the Navy, was in CG Cruiser guided missile ship, and I was going on board. A chief saw me and at first got upset that I was going on board, but after showing my credentials, he was really nice and respectful. It's awesome watching you continue at Lairs. Always funny how people change when they see them papers. Yeah. Hasta la pasta primavera. I'm popping out for the night, but thanks for the stream and conversation. Thank you, Bu Theox. Thank you. As for night ops, plastics recycling is certainly a problem. People don't like to see it burnt, but that does take care of it. And apparently America was shipping their recycling to China, or China, Asia, where people would hand sort of recoverables and something. The plastic smelter would probably make pucks that went into landfills, though they should sink if thrown overboard, but they are not easy to conceal for night ops. See you next year, says Future Will. See ya. Yo, nice. I still feel like this area here is like not as clean as I wanted it to be by the end of this. I kind of wanted this to kind of really be precise up here, because it, like, to me it still looks a little kind of clumsy up here a little bit. really kind of wanted to get a... Because I have to be like so careful with like adding sort of any kind of contrast, because it immediately gets too much. I'm trying to like keep it, you know. It was, come here. Where are you at? Oh, come here, baby. Come here. Oh, you big baby. Who's your big baby? Who's your big baby? Oh. It will come in due time, surely. It's also nice the fading upwards of details as it starts leaving the immediate view of the foreground. Yeah. Yuhi, one more military guy in here, and you'll have to sign up. Oh no, I'm good. Oh no. I know you want to get back in there, so if anything pops off, I'll let them know how much you want to come back. I'm quite comfortable with what's going on here, you know what I mean? No thanks, been there, done that. No, you were telling me how much you yearn for those times, and imagine doing this on a ship. Woo. Is there time to do this on the ship, or do they like keep you super duper busy? I feel like the military is gonna make you. They're gonna find things to do, and you know, there's not gonna be a lot of drawing going on. I would love to go back and work on art instead of playing video games or reading books and watching movies. That's kind of what I'm doing now. Is like I kind of like lost interest in like playing video games a lot as a recent. Like I was always a gamer, but I haven't been quite as interested at all. So I kind of just started drawing a lot more. But I don't regret. I think the video games did teach me stuff, you know what I mean? Like art, especially like RTS games have definitely taught me resource management and things of that nature. And so I don't regret it, but you know, you can only be who you were at the time. You know, you can only be the person you were. Carolina says, good night, guys. Time for a rest. Over and out. Thank you, Carolina. We'll check out the video, too. Submarines are a bit heavier paced in work since the constraint of people and underwater time, I imagine. So they tend to work in alternating shifts. When you go up in a submarine, is it like, do you get that popping sensation in your ears when you go to higher altitude? Because like first you're going down, right? I guess it would just adjust, right? Like is it pressurized to make it feel normal? You know how plane you get that pop? You get the opposite of that when you go down. Submarine, with surface ships, we can store a lot more and have more people. So there's a lot of free time. Nice. It's just like when you're in a plane. I've never even thought about the science of what happens to people like when they go, like what you have to do to a ship to maintain like consistent pressure so they don't like, you know what I mean? Would have to be pressurized for people, I imagine, since the depths of the ocean can crush the hull. Yeah, I have no idea how they do that, but it sounds complicated. I don't want to be a part. I don't want to find out. I've heard of people putting styrofoam cups on the chokes outside the sub, and it would condense them for normal size to shot glass size. Oh, nice. That is interesting. In the chokes outside the sub, and it would condense them from normal size to shot glass. That's interesting. Yeah, I believe it. Out of the 12 new guys that arrived in my group, only 2 survived to call themselves a submariner. Oh, for the training? That's a lot of pressure? Yeah. Yeah, that is wild. You know, when I look at it through from like far away from this different angle, it does look, it's starting to look, things are starting to come together. 40 pounds for every 100 feet. Wow, yeah. I'm thinking back of my old job as sonar technician and imagining a submarine, like take a car and assume it is properly sealed, throw it into the ocean. You'd have the engine making noise as well as in the inside of the cabin where the people are, and also even the fuel tank as it moves fuel to the engine, and you can't open anything, but you have to live in that space for maybe a month. Gotta have food, gonna cook the food and not have it burn. Fires are bad. Yeah, fresh water needs to be made, so many things like electricity or just normal living, let alone warfare. Yeah, like the amount of systems that have to not fail is insane. You know, just in case you're wondering, the submarine force only makes up 3% of the Navy, so when the surface guys see us, we're kind of a mystery even to them. Just, yeah. That's wild. It's a floating technological marvel, you know? But in space, there isn't so much easily available water. A submarine would be a great design model for a spaceship, I imagine. Right. Yeah, I don't know how they. Yeah, that's. They need to like work out the gravity thing. I imagine a big spinning wheel with like walls to keep you like up against it to like simulate gravity. You know. I don't know how they're gonna do the gravity thing, but. Gonna have a cig and soon eat dinner. Nice. That does sound good. One thing a submarine is good for, considering it's being stuck in the spaceship and not able to go outside. Oh yeah, yeah, they're pretty close, right? Like. I'm definitely, if I do one of these like 9-hour streams next time, I'm definitely gonna have to like buy some beef jerky or like beef sticks to go along with it. 9 hours. What the? Oh yeah, today's a. These tubes are starting to look kind of dope. They definitely look like they got gunk or something in them. You know what I mean? You need goop to make people, man. Goop tubes, yeah. Nacho Cheese says it's coming along great. Thank you, Nacho Cheese. Appreciate that, man. I'm trying. Trying. Wolfgang Deos is back. Nice. This was definitely an interesting chat today. Especially over the course of 9 hours, we went from normal chats to talking about different countries to military stuff. We hit like all the points in the 9-hour period. Yeah, it's like these guys are submariners. Terminator, ex-girlfriends chasing men running for the car. Anytime, the details always amazing to me. Thank you, man. I definitely, if I do another like 9-10 hour stream, I'm gonna have to make sure I have like a bag of peanuts or like something. Or you know what, better is I should run out to Walmart and buy a big pork thing. They're pretty cheap. You cut them up, you throw them in your air fryer, it like air dries it, then you just graze on that. As long as it's not a torpedo coming at my ship while I'm on it, submarines are all right. Is there a torpedo in your pocket, or are you just happening to see me? Old Joe. Nice. It's an interesting. What is interesting is that ships can take many missile hits. See, I wouldn't have thought that, even if it disables it, but one torpedo can take out most ships and subs. Can take many missile hits. I would have thought, like, I don't know anything about anything. I would have thought, like, basically, like, modern missiles, like, to a modern ship is basically GG. Like, they would, like, I had just assumed, like, I always thought that, like, you know how they have, like, the machine guns and stuff? Like, those, mini guns on the ships? I thought those were, like, for hitting incoming missiles. And if you get... I always thought that if you get hit, it's basically GG. I guess it makes sense that if you get hit from the top, you know, you may not be down. The ship is still floating kind of thing. But it's just, I've seen some of these, like, I've seen some of these explosions they got going on nowadays, and it seems like, bro, what could possibly still be standing after that? Incrusta less are good snacks. Nice. Uncrustable? Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with, like, the dry pork kind of thing. Yeah, like, you cut them thin, you salt them, and you just graze on it all day. You know what I mean? You just have a bowl next to you. Yeah, but snacks are always good. if you shoot a car with a machine gun, you have to hit the engine to stop it completely. You can take out the occupants, but that disables it until someone new takes the wheel. Yeah. True. Could hit the fuel tank too. Pork does sound good too. Yeah, salt, like thin strips of salted pork that you dry out. Oof, that sounds good. And pork is kind of cheap too. It's hard to oversalt. That's the other thing. If you salt beef and you dry it out, it's real easy to make it way too salty. I feel like pork it's way better at like taking it in, you know what I mean? Taking the salt in and just kind of diffusing it. If there are explosives like ammunition, you can get lucky and hit that. Maybe you destroy the frame of the vehicle, such that it breaks apart. Yeah. A lot of variables, right? The torpedo, though, will break the keel frame and sink the ship pretty quickly. Air carriers can take a few torpedoes, I believe. Yeah. Those videos where the planes are landing on a ship, that's pretty wild. Seems like there's not a whole lot of margin for error on that little mission. Top Gun, yeah. I think it's mostly America that uses flat deck for launching aircraft. Almost everyone uses a ramp. Is there any like, is the ramp? I mean, it seems logically like it would do something. Is it just their planes don't have enough thrust to get off of the strip, or? Does the ramp like get you something, or is it just mostly like it makes me, it would make me feel nervous that I'm relying on a ramp to get off of a ship in an airplane. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know if I want to rely on a ramp. I want to know my plane can just take off without that, ideally. Not sure. I think it's just easier to ensure success by using a ramp. Yeah. Did I really run out of lead? I think I might need to grab more lead for takeoff. There is a whole catapult system as well as jet blast deflection system, and the catapult takes off when metal pin a broken and releases a catapult. The power is huge and also difficult to engineer. Ran out of lead. What the? Yeah, no. Yeah, I imagine that, yeah, it seems like those systems are pretty complicated. Let's see what if I got a little something over here. There we go. Fill this bad boy up. 0.2 lead. Boom. We're at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Well, I'm satisfied with what I've done today. I really am. I tried doing like the white bricks kind of maybe what I'll do is instead of the white bricks, I'll hit it with a black and kind of do like some of the bricks are like kind of gray kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the white just doesn't work for me. There's still a little bit to do on this picture. I still kind of want to like clean it up. I still want to add the white and kind of bring it back with the lead and just kind of clean up there to kind of like really give it that professional, kind of like more of a professional look. And oh no, I broke it immediately. Okay, yeah, this 0.2 lead like really likes to break, but seeing as how 7 p.m. I'm starting to think about going and buying some, like I said, some pork, getting that ready for tomorrow so I can have like something to chow on while I stream. What's for dinner? Probably some ground beef, eggs. My dinner is gonna be pork chops, chicken, broth, rice, nice, and some vegetables, broccoli and cauliflower. You know what I'm kind of hungry for now that it's cold? Maybe I'll hit up Subway because they serve that like soup, that broccoli soup, cheese broccoli, bro. So good. And then they're always out. They're always out of it too. You can never get it because everybody wants it. I don't know why they don't just serve it all year round, because that's the only thing I really want from Subway anymore. Is like I just want to buy a gallon of cheese broccoli soup and put my face into it. Night, guys. If I don't finish dinner before stream ends, Merry Christmas. Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the convos. All right, I think I'm gonna raid out. I think today was a very good day. But yeah, I gotta go buy probably go buy food and stuff like that. Oh, it was fun reminiscing. Yeah, right. Nice. I'm glad you guys got to do your military talking. It was very interesting to backseat and just kind of listen to that. But yeah, well, we'll finish this up tomorrow and probably start a new project. We'll see. Oh yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna start around 5 p.m. because my work changes. My hope traffic is light. I hope so too. It should be all right. It should be all right. But yeah, tomorrow I start at 5 p.m. because my work schedule changes. So just time sensitive stuff and stuff like that I gotta get done. So good for Future Will, bad for most people because like the morning people who's around different places and stuff like that. But yeah, that tomorrow I'm gonna start at 5 p.m. or 4:30 something in that area. But yeah, love you guys. Thank you for the combos and let me raid you guys out. If I can find my mouse. See who have I not rated? Not a lot of it looks like Slinkmeister just went live. I think she's drawing right now. Or she's about to be, so I'll drop you guys over there.